Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. This is Pinkie, the housewife. I don't know why it's just that blurry. If anybody can hear me, it seems like all of a sudden it just got blurry. Let me see, going to my, okay, it just cleared back up. Thing got a mind of its own. Okay. Good morning, guys. It's Friday morning, the last day of this week for the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial this week. It won't start back up until Monday. We got 2 days to rest. Okay. Today is June 27. I'm looking because I swear I forget. Oh, let me get my glasses. I said I was going to have a pair of glasses sitting here with me today. My daughter and I had to try to go through and figure out which pair of glasses that I need because I got so many I really don't be knowing which is which. But anyway, I just need the ones I can see close. So we went to the store and she said, "Is this it?" "I don't know, baby. Just hold up something so I can read." And I said, "I don't know whether these are going to be the right ones. I don't know." But because I can't remember. But today is Friday, and they're going to continue with closing arguments today. They started yesterday on the 26th, which was Thursday, the first day the jury actually got back into the courtroom since they was dismissed on Tuesday for a day or a day and a half or whatever. But anyway, we're here on Friday. We're getting ready to see what's going on. Good morning. Good morning. I got my lemon water ready. You can, I don't know, do you see the steam coming out? It is. So I got that lemon water and it's ready and it's hot. So I'm going to have to be so slowly. Oh, I need, oh no, I got one. I just needed until it cools down, a little plastic spoon. I keep some on my desk somewhere. But anyway, so we're going to go ahead and get started, guys. Let's see who we got in the house right now. Hi, Sizzling Bunny. Thank you for being here this morning. I'm so glad to see you. Sharon, thank you for being here this morning. Thank you. I haven't had nothing to drink yet, so y'all take, and it's still early for me. 10:17. Normally I'm still sleeping, but so we're gonna work with me this morning, okay? Because normally I don't wake up until about 11:30 or 12 o'clock, maybe 12:30. But we're working with me, getting up a little early for this trial. This is hard. But thank you, Sharon. Let me see. Miss Pinkie, looking and sounding good again today. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Hi, Susie. Susie Q, thank you for being here. Good morning, beautiful Miss Pinkie, the housewife. Oh, I love all the emojis. Oh, Lord. That means, we're glad it's Friday. Aren't we, Susie Q? Yes, we are. Y'all, we glad it's Friday in here. Praise God, you look great. Thank you. But I know I look broke down. I mean, this body looking broke down right now because this body is tired and sleepy this morning. But let's see what's going on right quick outside the courthouse. Okay. You know what I did? I I paused it just for a moment so we can hear their opening. And then once we hear their opening and move on to something else, when they just got the courthouse sitting there and nobody's talking, then we'll get it caught up. Okay? That's what we're going to do. I hope I'm not sounding my audio. We're going to test the audio. Okay? I'm going to go ahead and show the what's going on the outside of the trial. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if everything sounds good for me, okay? Let me get it pulled up. Y'all know how we do this thing in the mornings. Okay. This is, don't forget, it's Law and Crime Network, okay? This is with Jesse and his host. Yeah. I mean, I got them right as they were saying good morning. I said, oh, Lord, let me pause this right quick. So we're not too far behind. Okay, here it is live. So we're going to hear what's going on there. Let's get it. The chat is just still moving. Okay, here we go.
Money, power, influence, violence.
Did I? As soon as I hit, let me see, can I go back?
Turning off the jury
I
to
want
the
to
argument
hear
that
they said.
From these closing arguments.
Yeah, they went on. Okay, trying to get to this morning before they start. Then we're going to get caught up. What you say, Susan? You can hear it. Okay, thank you. Y'all got to remember, I got this mouse all over the place. Okay, thank you, Susan Q. Okay, it's quiet. Let me bring it up to where they was talking, or unless we see the family going in. Who was that going around back? Was that them? If it was, they'll show the family again. Believe me. I'm trying to get to where. Now, it's not muted at all, okay? It's not. I can hear the video fine. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Miss Bonnie. Thank you, Sisley Bonnie. Thank you. I'm trying to get to where they're talking. I don't want to miss. Here it is, right here. So when they say start, they're getting ready to start, guys. Let me see. Can I drink some of this hot stuff? We're there.
Hey, good morning. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Law and Crime's live coverage of closing arguments in the United States versus Sean Combs. I'm Chris Stewart. This is a big day. Diddy's defense team will make its final.
Let me ask you, do I need to turn it up just a little, or you all can hear just fine? I know Susan Brownie said she can hear just fine. Susan Q, or Sharon or somebody. Can y'all hear just fine too this morning? I just want to make sure. Do I need to turn it up any louder, or if it's fine, just let me know. Y'all know I got you this morning. We ain't gonna miss nothing.
Stand. The defense's closing arguments are beginning as we speak, or at least any minute now. We'll start to get some updates coming in from the courtroom shortly. We are already getting some questions from you in the chat, which we really appreciate. Keep those coming this morning. We have a panel of experts standing by. We'll get those answered for you live on the air. We'll be live all day here on Law and Crime. My colleagues, Jesse Weber, Sierra Gillespie, and Jeanette Levy, they're all going to be standing by throughout the day, bringing you live coverage. And again, we have a great team of experts. We have a panel standing by right now to keep us posted on everything that we're hearing coming in from the courtroom in this historic trial. Let's start today by going out to the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. That is where Sierra Gillespie, the host of Law and Crime's YouTube channel Scandal, joins us live once again. Sierra, here we go. This is a big day. Sean Combs' defense.
So guys, let me just say, if you're in the bushes, go ahead and come out and hit that like button, okay? I love you in the bushes, but just come out and hit that like button. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, because we're at the point where we haven't missed a thing. Okay. Like I said, I was going to pull it back until, oh, let me just do this. This is what it is. Day 32, closing argument, June 27th. Since I know exactly where we are, let me just put these up right quick. Hit the like button, guys, coming in. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. You know I'm going to thank you for doing those things. But let me just say, you never know what's going to be said. So we got the graphic content warning out. This is not for everybody, eyes and ears. Okay? So trigger warning. I just want to make sure I got that out. We're still here at this point, down at the bottom of this chart, where it say the first box, where it say closing arguments. Now, hopefully they finished that today like they had planned, like the plan supposed to go. And we're supposed to be by Monday morning. Hopefully, the jury charge and deliberations. So hopefully they get it, and we're going to be sitting on pins and needles. Probably. That's probably why everybody is going to probably stay late, doing their lives as long as possible so they can get the latest, or probably take breaks. I may take a break halfway through it and then come back, or I may just keep going for a little while. I don't know. Okay. So we're getting ready now. Here we go. Let me just see. Sharon said, the sound is fine. Okay. We're getting ready to start, and we haven't missed a thing. Thank the Lord.
Call any witnesses, but they are going to have their chance to make their case to the jury. As far as outside, I do see a couple cars behind you, a police car there as well. What are you seeing? What's the scene, especially compared to yesterday?
Police cars.
Yeah, good morning, Chris. You're right. This is a huge day, especially since we didn't hear much from the defense previously as far as calling any witnesses or exhibits or things like that. So now they're going to be coming in strong with the closings. And I mean, the people here can tell. Yesterday, I reported, there wasn't that much going on. I thought maybe that there would be a bigger crowd. Today, we got that bigger crowd. I think a lot of people are anticipating that these closings are going to be pretty fiery from Mark Agnifilo. So I think people wanted to see it. And already, right when I got here, it was probably around 7:45. There was already a line out the door of people who were, ready to go into the courtroom, maybe even the overflow room. And Diddy's family was arriving early too. Yesterday, they arrived a bit later, maybe around 9 or 9:30. But today, we were just showing some video I noticed on the live stream that we had captured from around 8 o'clock. So we saw some of Diddy's family coming in multiple cars, going into the courtroom. So you know that they're there to support him today during this really, really important set of arguments from the defense.
So important. And again, I mean, the prosecution called nearly 40 witnesses over 7 weeks. Diddy's defense team didn't call any today. Those closing arguments expected to begin really any moment. Typically, they'll debate some stuff at the beginning of the day in court, and then they'll get started. So we'll wait and see for those updates to come in. Sierra Gillespie outside the courthouse live in Lower Manhattan. Thanks, Sierra. We appreciate it. We have a great panel of experts today, as we always do here on Law and Crime. And a big part of this trial has been trying to understand, for those of us on the outside, what it looks like during this trial, during the testimony, during when things, at those moments that things are so emotional. And Susan Constantine has done such a great job. She's joined me multiple times on my show On the Case to talk about some of the body language and what we can read into that. We're also joined by Tyler Bailey, criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney, who's also been great covering this trial. Thank you both for taking some time this morning to talk with us. Susan, I'm going to begin with you, because yesterday, as we saw the prosecution lay out their case to the jury one more time, it was described, and our Elizabeth Milner, who's been in the courtroom every day, said Diddy wasn't really looking at the prosecutor. He was kind of just staring off into the distance. It was described that he was pushed back from the desk. As a body language expert and a jury consultant, what does that tell you?
He's distancing. So when you're actively involved, you're leaning forward. When you're thinking and contemplating, you're leaning sideways. When you're leaning back, you're now distancing. So when you see somebody leaning back, it's also considering that it's finished, right? It's kind of like the words, it is finished. So he leans back. A lot of times we see this when there's like in a business negotiation or deal, when a deal has been reached, or when there is a finish to something, the person will lean back. The fact that he's actually staring out into space is a little bit different. You add that to the leaning back, And he's going through probably deep reflection, right? He's pondering all of these things and thoughts and feelings that he has throughout the trial and listening to this prosecutor. So there's a combination of emotions that are going on, but he certainly has distanced himself from it and disengaging.
Now, there's a picture that I want to bring up, a sketch from yesterday, and it was when Sean Combs returned, I think, after lunch. The prosecution went for 2 hours, then they took a lunch break, and then they finished up in their closing arguments. And it's kind of a sight that we've seen before with Diddy. He's got this huge smile on his face. He's making the heart hand symbol. Members of his family, they were in the gallery yesterday, as they've been for a good portion of this trial. What does that type of emotion tell you as you take a look at a picture here of him kind of waving at his family members? But more importantly, seeing him do that, what kind of impact can that have on a jury, just kind of observing Sean Combs?
Sure. So we know that he's very demonstrative. He sends nonverbal signals throughout the trial. There was facial expressions, his hand movements, his eye lifts, his eyebrow, raises, his leaning, his hand, and all of a sudden yeses and nos, right? So he's using a lot of this demonstrative gesturing when he's doing that. But when he's giving that heart signal, he's motioning over to other people, right? I got this. And he feels like he's being loved, and he's sending and receiving love, right, from either people that are out in the gallery. And as also with the jury that is seeing this, he's sending the message that he has emotion, right? Because a lot of times when we see these horrible allegations, we often see a very flat affect. Now he's showing this big smile. He feels very empowered. He feels like things are going well for him. He's happy about it, and he's sending love, giving and receiving.
Tyler, for you as a criminal defense attorney, when it comes to body language, as we're taking a look at some video here of members of Diddy's family arriving in court here in Lower Manhattan, you can see the media surrounding them as they make their.
Did y'all see the daughters get out? Or the mom? Let me just go back a second. I want to see whether, tell me who y'all see get out of this van. Or like they said, maybe, they're arriving in different vans, cars.
He's motioning over to other people, right? I got this. And he feels like he's being
have
loved,
done that
and
many
he's
times.
sending and receiving love, right, from either people that are out in the gallery. And as also with the jury that is seeing this, he's sending the message that he has emotion, right? Because a lot of times when we see these horrible allegations, we often see a very flat affect. Now he's showing this big smile. He feels very empowered. He feels like things are going well for him. He's happy about it, and he's sending love, giving and receiving.
Tyler, for you as a criminal defense attorney, when it comes to body language, as we're taking a look at some video here of members of Diddy's family arriving in court here in Lower Manhattan, you can see the media surrounding them as they make their way into the courthouse to go into the courtroom where they will see their dad, who's been locked up in federal, the MDC, and then in New York since September of last year. Tyler, what type of body language do you try to send when you're giving a closing argument that can be effective with the jury?
One thing is, if the prosecution seems like, or presents a case as if it's open and shut, it's an easy case, it's easy for them to make a decision, it's to show that you're serious in your demeanor, in your closing. Let the jury know that this is somebody whose life is on the line, that there's a chance that he's going to spend every day in jail for the rest of his life if he's convicted. Although you can't get into the sentencing and things like that of that nature, but you can raise the stakes to the jury by your body language, by your voice inflection, by your demeanor, by the speed of how you walk, things of that nature go a long way in presenting a strong closing for the defense.
Now, Susan, yesterday it was reported that Christy Slavic, who is the assistant U.S. attorney who gave the closing argument for the government, she and she had to go for 4 hours. And she really, I think when you read the transcript, it was kind of fact, trying to lay out and streamline the past 7 weeks of testimony that these jurors have heard. She read off of a prepared statement. She was reading from a lectern. When you see the way that attorneys and everybody involved with this case is a very successful attorney, prosecution, and defense. But what are the most effective ways to communicate to jurors in key moments like this?
Sure. The main thing is that your nonverbals are in sync with their verbal language. So that's the main thing too. So what I look for, and I think the jury also will be able to pick up whether it's genuine or not, is that are they in sync? Do the gestures match up to the words, to their tone? Like as if my colleague was saying, your tone, your rhythm, your pace, your volume, all of that all sends a signal. So if you want to make a point, then you need to also use your pauses and hesitations. There's a lot of vocal techniques that you can use to be able to really seal the deal or seal the message. So the main thing is that I look for is the synchronization of what they say and what their body language says. The other thing is that you want to keep their body language within their frame. When a person is very confident what they're saying, and they're very pointed in it, then their gesturing stays within that frame. When an attorney starts to flay off, is basically kind of going off the grid, it can look a little bit disjointed. So the main thing is making really good eye contact, not piercing on eye contact, but on the other hand, make sure that everything is in sync together, and it'll naturally flow, Chris, when you really believe it. So that's the big thing. You can't fake it to make it. Either you believe it or you don't believe it. But if you try to push it, it's going to come across as being inauthentic, and the jury's is going to be able to read right through that.
Yeah, and to Tyler's point, and especially in this case, if you're a juror and you think of someone, the profession that sticks out to me is the juror who's a deli clerk, and they're 30 years old, and they're about to decide whether or not Sean Combs, who's someone I'm sure they grew up watching, whether he could go to prison for the rest of his life. So to Tyler's point, you got to be authentic in that moment in laying out the stakes. I want to bring in the third member of our panel right now, Aaliyah Roberts, trial attorney. We just got an update from the courtroom that the judge has said that the judge has entered and confirmed that deliberations will start Monday, which is what we were expecting. And I want to take our first question from the chat. This is from Show and Tell Knitting. And Aaliyah, I'll let you get started for us. What do attorneys look for in body language of prospective jurors during voir dire when they're picking the jurors, kind of interviewing them and determining whether or not they're a good fit for a jury in a trial?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I think that when you are picking a jury in voir dire, you want to make sure that they're leaning in and paying attention. You want to make sure that they can actually hear you, what they're saying. They're not looking down. They're not looking at their phone. They're not looking at their watch, trying to get out early or trying to have an excuse to leave early. You want to really look at them leaning in, really focus on what they're saying, really attentively listening. And that's how you can pick a good juror, because you know that they're going to actually be listening to you when it's time to present the evidence. And in this case, specifically, when the last day was closing arguments.
And Tyler, we'll dive into what Diddy's defense team is saying once the closing arguments actually begin. But as far as a timeline of how long it could take to present that closing argument from the defense, earlier this week, they said he was going to take a little less than 3 hours. Compared to the prosecution, they went all day yesterday for roughly 4 hours. Why would the defense not want to, especially when you don't call any witnesses? You didn't call any witnesses in this trial. Why go shorter than the prosecution?
Well, the defense's theme is clearly that the prosecution has not proved the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. They're probably going to hinge on the fact that most of the interactions between Mr. Combs and the victims was consensual. They'll try to nail down facts to show that there were no criminal enterprise. The difference between the defense is the prosecution has to prove these things. The defense just has to point out how the prosecution has failed to prove their case. And I think that's what the overarching theme has been this entire case. When they've cross-examined witnesses, they try to attack little small facts to show things may have been consensual or it wasn't a real criminal enterprise. And on the closing, I just see them trying to reiterate those things and bring them to the attention of the jury one last time.
Susan, we don't have any updates as of yet of what Sean Combs, what he seems like, what his demeanor is today. But there was a big moment heading into closing arguments earlier this week, that moment when the judge asked Diddy how he was doing, and Diddy said fine, and then he went.
Good morning, Linda Gamble. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Linda Gamble. Linda Gamble is the moderator, guys. She said, hello, Pinkie the Housewife. She's letting everybody know. Terry, Sharon, let me see. Miss Bunny, Cecily Bunny here. And hello to Susie Q. All right, guys. Let me see. Make sure, she said, make sure you hit that like button on your way into the chat, please. And thank you. Okay. And we started on time. We're starting from when they started. Put it like that. I hope I said it right. But let's get back to this. This is good. This is Friday, guys. Second day of closing arguments. Okay. And it's going good. Oh, big crowd outside, everything. Okay.
Went a step further and said, Judge, by the way, something along the lines of, I think you're doing a great job. When you compare, you take that moment, you kind of line it up with, he was nodding at the jury, he got scolded for that. Or Elizabeth Milner has said that he also was making eye contact with each juror when they enter the courtroom throughout the trial. What did that moment earlier this week tell you about Sean Combs?
Well, he's trying to build rapport with everybody, right? He's trying to build rapport with the judge. And the thing is, it's patronizing. You're doing a great job, but the judge doesn't need the pat on the back, right? It's going to come across as a bit condescending and inauthentic. And the fact that he's making eye contact, he's basically saying that I acknowledge you. I see you are present. I'm present with you. How often do they actually get to meet eye to eye with a huge, big celebrity like him? He knows that power. He's using it to his advantage, and it can work, especially if the other person is actually looking at him straight in the eye. But leaning forward, telling the judge, you're doing a great job is really shows can for the judge can appear as biased. So in other words, you're doing a great job. It's almost like the law of reciprocity. If I tell you something good.
I knew Diddy was using this moment when the judge asked him, about his decision, whether he's going to testify in his own defense. And he said, no, Your Honor. And then he was saying that you're doing a great job, Judge, and everything. Judge don't need to hear that. Judge been doing this every day. He does it every day. What are you doing? That's to me demeaning the judge, trying to let the judge know. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. I said when he first did that, he's trying to show the judge, I'm still in control. He's trying to take that, in a way, it's like, to me, I thought he was trying to take that power from the judge, that the judge know I'm in power. Oh, that didn't go over well. I think he should have closed his mouth at that moment. That's what I think. But she's the expert, and I like hearing her opinion. Yes, judge should have not spoken to him. He take everything too far. Yes, he do. He knew what he was doing. Didn't know what he doing. He did the same thing to he did the same thing to all of his employees, and still doing it to his employees, plus his dream team, his attorney team. He knows exactly. You can't. He's a narcissist. He couldn't sit there and just, this man. So he was given that opportunity. He took it and did bad.
Good, you're going to send something back good to me. And the other thing is I want to mention about the jury. The one thing that you really want to look for is the low eye blinking, right? Because that's concentration. I'm listening. When a person's feeling anxiety or cognitive load, you see a little flutter. So when you, just like my colleague said, leaning forward, and you want to see low blink rate compared to their baseline, that's saying they're paying attention.
Aaliyah, I want to get another question coming in from our chat, and we appreciate everybody who's dropping questions in already. We'll be asking them throughout the day here on Law and Crime, as we're going to be live tracking Diddy's closing arguments. September Everything asks, would there be any issues if the jury came back within an hour of being handed the case? And now we know for sure that the jury is going to be getting this case on Monday.
I don't think there would be any issues. No, I think that if the jury comes back in an hour, that means that they had already made up their minds very early, even though they listened to the rest of the evidence. Maybe they had all agreed that at least some of these charges were proven by the prosecution, if not all of them, and they had enough evidence to make that decision within the hour. I think that if they came back within the hour, I'd be concerned about a not guilty verdict as to a guilty verdict. But I mean, jurors, are finicky, for lack of a better term. Jurors,
Good morning,
they're people
Vanita.
just like us, especially knowing they've been doing this for
Thank you
6
for being
weeks,
here.
right? It's about to be the 4th of July holiday. They want to get in and get out. So no, I'm not concerned about an hour. I would be concerned if, it was 30 minutes, but an hour might mean they have all that they need.
Susan, as someone who works with defendants and you're a jury consultant as well, when you think about how Sean Combs has acted in court, what's typically your advice to a defendant, and how does that compare to how you've seen Sean Combs act and try to use, apparently, even if it's in subliminal ways, his celebrity status to try to have an influence on this case?
Yeah, so the thing is that I work with my clients is to creating a more of a neutral expression, not a stone face, not an overexpressive expression, but a neutral facial expression, showing genuine micro gestures or micro facial expressions, but not the overt ones that we see, the ones that are what we call illustrators or emblems. This is an emblem like I love you, eyebrows raised, consent, all of that's appalling, and all those kind of things, these nonverbal signals. I shut that down right away. So when I am working with a client, I put them on camera. And what I do is I take them both through their testimony and then cross. And then I show them the video and I let them see what they're doing. And then we work on changing some of the behavior. So my belief is to make small tweaks to make big changes. But if you try to alter them too much, again, it's going to be considered being inauthentic. So you want them to look as if they're being humanized and they have a neutral expression, a more softened expression, but also that they understand the seriousness of it, and they do show concern.
Tyler, as we're awaiting the beginning of Diddy's closing arguments in this case, if you were to, in that 3-hour time span, try to convince this jury that Sean Combs, even though they've seen that 2016 video, they've heard some very emotional testimony, how do you, in that 3-hour period, get a jury to believe that Sean Combs is not guilty of the charges that he's facing?
I would try to point out some of the best facts that came out for the defense throughout my entire closing. For example, I would say, and probably play the audio, if I could, of Miss Ventura saying that she was going to kill somebody if they didn't give her access to the tape that was allegedly out there, showing that this is somebody who's willing to even kill somebody to get what she wants. And now she's doing the same thing to Mr. Combs. I would try to paint out the prosecution of being overzealous to try to take out somebody and had their eyeball on not just putting Mr. Combs away for one offense, but building a RICO case to act as if he's some master criminal enterprise operator. And I also try to hinge on facts regarding the victims maybe consenting to their relationships with Mr. Combs, whether it's being paid $10,000 a month or reaping other benefits from lavish trips and other perks from being in a relationship with them, and say, look, all this, maybe he wasn't a good guy, but did he commit crimes here? Has the prosecution proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt? And leave it to the jury to make a decision. I think that's the only thing they can do.
You know,
before we get started,
oh Lord, I'll get back in this place. But let me just say this, that she's saying that I would unalive somebody. That's because somebody got a tape of them. That don't mean she meant what she said she's going to do. I think everybody, the good people have said, I'm going to do this to you. I'm going to do that to you. I'm going to unalive you. That don't mean they're going to do it. But what the Dittler, when he said, you better believe it, he may mean what he's talking about. In my opinion, you see, it's a difference. When he said, I'm going to throw you in the lake versus somebody say, in a heated moment, somebody got a tape on you and you're totally embarrassed, you're upset, You worried about it being shopped all over the place and wondering how they got the tape and everything. And you find out you're gonna say something that you know probably gonna hurt them in the heat of the moment. But that don't mean you really gonna do that. Unalive somebody or throw them in a river or something like that. But when Sean said, like everybody testified on the stand in those times when they said he said things like that, you're really afraid because this man, you ain't heard about the things he do, and you ain't seen some of the things he do to his own partners and stuff. So, and you know, so you're afraid for your life. But she said, "Oh, girl, get out of here." He probably haven't thought nothing about what she said, no more than she's worried about what you're gonna do with the tape. You know. Now, when she said she's gonna bring Sean into it, then you get worried. But what she said, oh no, I don't think so. Let me see, can I get that right back where we had it at when he was talking? Y'all got no, we wasn't that far. I don't remember seeing all that. He was talking
of Mr. Combs dragging Miss Ventura in that hotel room, acting in a way that no man should treat a woman. But I think they need to just really focus on how the prosecution has not met their burden. And then with it being overly a male dominant jury, I think that does favor the defense some. I mean, you can make there could be some assumptions that men may think that some of these women who were in a relationship with Mr. Combs for so long were consenting. But that's still going on a limb, because the actions that Mr. Combs has exhibited that has been brought out through several witnesses, whether it's rape, whether it's abuse, whether it's drug use, coercion, all those things I think hurt Mr. Combs personally. You got to shift the burden on the prosecution on proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
And then, Aaliyah, once voir dire is done, you know that the jury has been seated. How much during the trial are you thinking about specific members of the jury as you put together your case?
The whole trial. From the minute that the jury has been selected, I'm thinking about the jurors the entire time. I'm looking at them. I am seeing if they're paying attention. I'm seeing if anyone's looking at their watch. I'm watching if their eyes open a little bit wider at something, especially if I was in the actual courtroom. You know, when the freak off tapes are happening, are your eyes wider? Are you kind of into it? I'm trying to figure out and engage any type of emotion that I can get from the jurors very, very early, and also trying to engage how intently they are paying attention to one piece of evidence over another. How often are they looking at Mr. Combs, right? There's been a lot of conversation about witness intimidation and him using his status to manipulate individuals. There's no way that he wouldn't be able to do that to a jury. So I want to make sure they're not staring at him too much, right? But from the moment that the jury has been selected, I'm paying as close attention to them as I can the entire trial.
And Susan, just finally for you, because I know you're going to leave us here at the bottom of the hour. I've seen some comments in our chat this morning as far as people who are somewhat suspect about body language and whether it matters. And I've really enjoyed our conversations during this trial because I've learned a lot. And body language, I think, definitely tells a story. Why does, in your opinion, your experience, body language, especially in a trial like this with someone as high profile as Sean Combs, matter?
Well, it means everything. You know, that there's research that says that 93% of how we communicate is nonverbal. And so I want to really speak to your person out there. And I think that's a wonderful question, because there is a lot of what we call pseudosciences out there, that this gesture means that, and they start to assign a meaning to it. That is not what behavioral sciences is. You know, I have a master's degree in behavioral sciences. And so I look at things more from a forensic point of view, what has been proven in research that is clustered together. I teach programs. It's called SCANS, which is a 6-channel analysis. So I always tie things together. I am always looking at the 6 channels and how they sync together. I also look for timing of when their responses are and what their gestures are, based right at that moment that they respond. So it's a 7-second window, you know, that I look at. You know, I'm looking at what is being spoken, what the probe is, and then I'm timing it 7 seconds, and I'm looking for a cluster. So I'm looking for over 27 points of interest that are associated with deception. And I know a lot of people don't do that. That's what I do. And it's the only forensic type of training and methodology that has been vetted and has been accepted in the academic community.
No, I've really enjoyed our conversation. Susan Constantine, body language expert, jury consultant. Thank you for giving us some of your time this morning ahead of these closing arguments. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks.
All right, Tyler and Aaliyah, I'm going to continue on with you as we're waiting for these closing arguments to begin. One of the jurors is stuck in traffic. Hey, it happens. We can all relate to that. I'm sure they're sweating bullets, though, on that bus or train or however they're getting to the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. This morning, a little stressful on a Friday for them, I'm sure. Aaliyah, Mark Agnifilo is going to be making the closing argument for Sean Combs. What are you expecting from him based on what you know about him?
I'm expecting it to be short, sweet, and to the point, but very, very inflection with specific things. I think we are highlighting Sean Combs might be a bad guy. He might not be your favorite guy, but he's not a criminal. These were all consenting adults. These were all individuals that reap the benefit in the lifestyle. I'm expecting him maybe to be a little performative, right? Because in comparison to the prosecution that was kind of very methodical in the way in which they delivered things. They didn't do a lot of inflection of their voice. I'm expecting the opposite from Mark Ruglo, Diddy's Diddy's defense attorney. So I'm really, really expecting a show, but a short show. I think that it is beneficial to you to go after the prosecution because you can kind of, from the defense side, because you can pick apart what they have said. And also you can see how long they went, right? So it's like, oh, they went 4 hours. Let me see if I can do it in 2.5 to 3 hours. Because then I can say, look, I didn't waste your time. I said what I needed to say, and then I sat down.
And Tyler, what did you make of how the prosecution went about their closing arguments yesterday?
I think the prosecution did a good job during the closing arguments. And the prosecution has a different burden. They have to prove all their charges and beyond a reasonable doubt. And they need to prove every element of the crime. So logically, it's going to take longer. There's a lot of facts. There are a lot of underlying crimes that are needed for a racketeering charge. So the prosecution had to be very methodical and take their time to go through and prove each and every element and bring that to the jury, especially after there being such a long trial, different witnesses who testified in several charges. So you had to remind the jury of all those things and make sure they're putting everything out there to meet the burden. So I think they did a good job in doing that.
Another update coming in as we're waiting for closing arguments to begin. Sean Combs has been taken back into a holding cell by U.S. Marshals, and then he'll be brought back out before the jurors are brought in once a juror who's in traffic makes it to the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. I want to bring in the third member of our panel riding with us this morning, William Corman, criminal defense attorney. William, it's great to have you. What are you expecting today from Diddy's defense?
Some fireworks. And I really think that they are going to put on quite a show. I anticipate it's going to be dramatic. I anticipate it's going to be masterful. They have a tough road to hoe here. I think the prosecution's done a great job from the beginning to end of this case. I think the closing argument was clear and methodical, perhaps not as dramatic as the jurors would like. And I think that the defense attorneys are going to seize upon that and put on one heck of a show.
Aaliyah, I'll turn to you just kind of as we're waiting for Diddy's closing arguments to begin. And again, if you're joining us, great to have you. I actually got a question just coming in. This is from Benoit 4904. If you had to rate the chances of the defense winning the case, how high would you rate them, Aaliyah?
I just want to clarify, when you say winning the case, you mean no convictions across the board? Because if that's what we mean, I do not think that's likely at all. I think that Sean Combs is going to be convicted of something. It's just a matter of how many convictions he is going to have, not a matter of if there are going to be any convictions and how long he's going to serve, not a matter of if he's going to serve at all. There's been too much evidence that's been proffered by the prosecution to get not guilty across the board, in my opinion.
And for Tyler, turning to you, what is what's going to be the most difficult charge you think the jury's going to have convicting Sean Combs of if they do find him guilty of anything?
I think the most difficult charge is going to be sex trafficking in regards to victim, I believe, number 2, which would be Jane. I think that's the hardest one because of the complexity of Mr. Combs' relationship with Miss Jane under the pseudonym that she testified under. I think that's going to be the hardest one. I mean, he's still allegedly paying her rent today. there were several facts where she was helping arrange the freak-offs and seemed to be a willing participant in those freak-offs. And then it seems like she really changed up after she learned of Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura after the lawsuit that she filed was made public. So I think that's going to be the hardest one for the prosecution. The racketeering charge, I think there's going to be some predicate fact and crime, whether it's arson, whether it's kidnapping, that's going to lead to possibly there being a racketeering conviction. The only way I see Mr. Combs not being convicted of racketeering is if this jury really doesn't believe the government met their burden and that the government should have never charged Mr. Combs. I think if there were some facts of a sloppy investigation that came out, or some officers that really were, or agents that really just crossed the line, that would help the defense. But I haven't heard that during this entire case.
So we have another, this is the big update that we are finally underway here in closing arguments. Mark Agnifilo, his first line, there is a trial set forth by text messages. Then there is the trial out of the prosecutor's mouths. They are different. Text messages, to Tyler's point, seeing those moments where you have the victims in this case where it seems like they were willing participants in things like freak-offs, that has been, I mean, just the crux of the government's case, or excuse me, Diddy's case in many ways. How did the government do, in your opinion, William, in laying out text messages and sending the message to the jury that this was consensual?
So I think the best thing for the defense in this case has been these massive digital footprints that nearly every witness has, right? I mean, they've gone back, they've pulled text messages. We have text messages from Cassie Ventura. We have text messages from Jane. We have text messages from Mia. And each and every one of them, there's something the government can use there. But more importantly, from the defense standpoint, there's stuff there as well. There's I love you. There's I love the freak-offs. Anytime you want to have a freak-off, I'm ready for you. LOL. And I think that's what the defense will highlight in order to cut against this notion that these weren't consensual acts. And I think the digital footprints are the defense case. They've almost always been the defense case since Jump Street.
And we're waiting for a couple more updates to come in, and we'll let you know what the defense is saying. Aaliyah, I do have a question just as far as part of what the prosecution said yesterday, Attorney Slavic. There was part of when she was making her case about the sex trafficking charge. She said the line Astroglide, which is the baby oil, was brought across state lines, where when someone says something's being brought across state lines, you think of cocaine, maybe weapons. Baby oil is not. And you think for Astroglide has had a heck of a couple of weeks as a company. But why does baby oil matter in this case, especially in the context of it being an issue being brought across state lines?
I think I will credit to what my colleague said here on Law&Crime yesterday. It's not so much the Astroglide or the baby oil, it's the amount. It is the massive, massive amounts of Astroglide and baby oil that were found. It's not 1 or 2 bottles being transported across state lines. It's 10, 20, 30 bottles being transported across state lines. So that is indicative of it's not just an intimate one-on-one type of encounter. We are planning some large-scale type of sexual encounter, right? I think that's why it's really important about the quantity of the Astroglide and the baby oil. Not just that they have 1 or 2 bottles, but when you're taking this amount of Astroglide and this amount of baby oil across state lines, it's indicative that there's a lot happening. It's not just an intimate encounter at this point.
And Tyler, I'll get your reaction to some of the most recent lines I'm getting in from the courtroom. Quote, this is Combs attorney Mark Agnifilo. The trial from the evidence, what is it? It's personal use drugs. That's all it is. That and swingers, a lifestyle, but the prosecutors have charged one of the most serious statutes on the books. They called threesomes and drugs as RICO. How compelling of an argument is it that Sean Combs, he's got an interesting lifestyle. It's not one that a lot of people maybe on the jury would condone, but it's not illegal, and it's certainly not the type of lifestyle that you would charge a gang leader or a mob leader with.
Well, I said earlier, I think that the defenses would need to paint this prosecution of being overzealous, and they went above and beyond in trying to say that Mr. Combs was a mob boss, that his sexual deviant lifestyle equated to sex trafficking. and racketeering. So I think that's what they're doing here. He's saying, look, the prosecution saying that because he had consensual sex with women in different states, that amounted to sex trafficking and this being racketeering. I think that's what the defense has to do. They need to say that the prosecution here has it out for Mr. Combs, and they're trying to convince this jury that just because he does these things consensually, that equates to this being a crime, one of the most serious crimes that's on the books, and his life is on the line if he's sentenced.
And then another line here, William, I'll have you react to. Mark Ignifilo says, Sean Combs is a self-made Black entrepreneur. He has built real businesses that are so outstanding that others create partnerships with them. We heard that from Derek Ferguson. It is hard to be Sean Combs. How many witnesses said they were moved? And I think back to there was kind of just an interesting thing I kept picking up, even in some of the lesser known witnesses in this trial. George Kaplan was an assistant who said that he had to clean up after some of these freak offs, but still after all of that, you have people who would, at the end of the day, when the defense would cross-examine them, they would say they still had some sort of admiration or complicated relationship with Sean Combs. How do those non-sexual relationships factor into the argument the defense is trying to make?
Well, look, we all know that Mr. Combs is a self-made man. He has been very, very successful, not just in music, but in all these other businesses that he has. I mean, there's no way around that. And it's important for the defense to highlight that, right? Because one of the things you want to do in your closing argument, especially if your client doesn't testify, and especially if you don't call any witnesses on your client's behalf, is you want to humanize your client. And you want to remind the jury that this isn't just some guy off the street. This is an individual who has done very, very, very well in life. And I think that that's what those witnesses were referring to. And it cuts both ways, because we also know that as part of the the sex trafficking, there is this idea of coercion and intimidation. So it does cut both ways. But I think it's incumbent upon defense counsel to do their best to humanize Sean Combs, especially in light of the prosecution's closing argument.
Some good questions coming in from our chat. We really appreciate it. Keep them coming. We'll make sure that we'll have our panel answer them as we're live on the air following Sean Combs' defense team's closing arguments. This is from Steph Frank 1234. Aaliyah, could the jurors not be paying attention if they have already made their minds up?
Could they? Yes, because we are humans and sometimes we tend to look off into space sometimes. I hope that they are not, because if they were, that means that they were not listening to all of the evidence from an unbiased standpoint, as a juror is supposed to do, right? The whole purpose of a jury is to be unbiased, to listen to all of the evidence that's presented from both sides and not make an opinion until all of the evidence has been presented. That said, this has been a case that has been, very, very highly publicized. The famous 2016 Intercontinental video came out long before this trial, right? So it would be hard not to, from the human standpoint, not to have an idea of who you think Mr. Combs is based off of seeing that video, one way or another, right? Again, we hope the jury has not done that. We hope that they have listened to all of the evidence, and then only after all of the evidence has been considered and applied the law to the facts that have been presented, will they make an unbiased decision.
And Tyler, here's another question that I think would actually end up being probably debated in a law school class if this is a guilty verdict. Kelly B's 6578. If prostitution is legalized in the U.S., can they then appeal the charge of transporting across state lines to engage in prostitution if Sean Combs is found guilty of that?
So, great question. I do not think that under federal law, prostitution is going to be made legal in the U.S. I could see maybe a state like Nevada allowing brothels in certain areas, but I don't see any way in federal legislation that prostitution will be made legal. For example, marijuana is able to be consumed in some states recreationally, but still in a federal law, it's still a crime to engage in recreational use of marijuana. So therefore, I don't see it happening. And that would be some lofty, more so of a plea for some pardon if he's prosecuted under a crime. I think that becomes legal maybe in the state of New York or other places.
Yeah, and if we're dealing with a guilty verdict, the pardon conversation, I'm sure, will be coming hard and fast right after Right after that, as far as on the news, here's some more updates coming in from these closing arguments. Quote, the assistants were moved by Sean Combs. It was like Harvard Business School. He pushed me hard. Did they always like him? No. Let's not even go there. Did they like him? No. But they loved him, even the ones who are suing him. Mia, I'm not going to call her Mia because that's not her name. I'm going to call her the witness who testified as Mia. Remember Derek Ferguson from the Bronx? He said, there were not many hiring people like me from the Bronx. There's something more to these businesses. Sometimes the real things in life are hard. No one remembers the easy days. These people grew. It was real. It was diversity. These days, DEI, Combs was doing it at 24. William, what's your reaction to some of the lines that we're hearing from and the approach that Diddy's team apparently is taking?
Again, it's an effort to humanize Combs. It's an effort to remind the jurors of everything that he's accomplished in his life. It may be an opportunity to reach out to some of the younger jurors and essentially say, you know, this gentleman, this superstar isn't, again, just some random criminal. And perhaps, just perhaps, the government is picking on him because of his success and because of his success as a black man. I mean, race does factor into these things. Race is something that has come up during the course of this trial. We had the issue with the juror that was dismissed, and race is live. Race is a live issue. And every single thing that goes on in this courtroom is important to the jurors. And to point out, as the defense counsel did, that, you know, Sean was involved in DEI before DEI was a thing, that's reminding them of where Combs came from, what he's done, and what he's accomplished. And I think it's important to do that. Now, whether or not that holds sway at the end of the day is a different story entirely. But at this point, in the very beginning of defense counsel's closing argument, again, it's important to humanize who their client is and remind the jurors of everything he's done prior to being charged with these crimes.
Aaliyah, another great question coming in from Benoit 4904. Your second question, we really appreciate you dropping those into the chat. If Diddy's found guilty and sentenced to 10 to 25 years, is there a chance he could be released before serving the full sentence?
Yes, there's always a chance that you can be released for good behavior, for time served, that he'll be credited for the amount of time that he's been in jail leading up to the trial. And there's always an opportunity for individuals to be released early. Yes, of course.
And then Tyler, Game of Tunes 2947, with a question I frankly asked myself a couple times over the past.
Let me answer this. Susie Q said, that's not just any baby oil. You're right about that, girl. It's laced with, drugs, allegedly, but that's what we heard. Okay. Has liquor. It's laced with drugs. Yes, everybody know that. That's why they have over to the side. And don't forget the orange juice. When they have to pour it in there too. Mix your drink. Anywhere it goes, when the women mix their drinks, it's mixed. Okay, even some men. But everybody else, no, don't drink from here. Don't drink from there. They know where to drink from, the people that been there. He was using the drugs to get everyone to comply and feel great, but it was not their wish to be abused in the XEX way. Right. You're exactly right about that. He wanted everybody to comply. Hi, Colton. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being here this morning. Let me see. Dude is a demon. Ooh, Lord. Just like somebody else we know. Pink of the Housewife. Hey, glad to see you this morning. You're right. I heard the bottle of water too. The water too? Oh, remember that interview he did? He did an interview with, remember I played it a couple days ago. He did that interview where he said you got to have water, you have to have the no air condition, you got to have stuff that they like to drink and everything. He was talking about preparing the XEX, right? I'm just saying, preparing the sexy in the hotel. Not that he prepared. He get his team, his employees to go prepare that hotel room. Yes, and he makes sure the air conditioner is turned off. It's hot in there because that the stuff that he gives that's in all those drinks and that baby oil and everything is going to affect you faster. And yes, thank you for saying that, Liz. That's why. And he did bring up water. Why you bring up water? What woman just going to want water? But he know if you get hot and sweaty, sooner or later you're going to be asking for water too. Yes. Hotel. He turned the heat on in his party so that they want water. His supply water bottle. Yes. You know, food with his water. That's why one person said, I don't remember what bodyguard said, he don't do that. He don't smoke. He don't drink when he's there. He takes his own stuff. He only smoke something. But weed, I think he said. But he said he takes his own. He takes his own drink. He takes everything. Anything he wants, he got his own. He don't drink from nobody. Nothing. Hi, Patricia. Thank you for being here. I haven't seen you, girl, in a long time. Good morning. Queen Liz, let me see. I think there was simulations, yes, events going on. Possibly being live streaming, live PPV, Revolt, TV. Yeah, oh yes. Revolt cards used for smaller, under 10,000 transactions and currency exchange, in my opinion, allegedly. Thank you for saying that, Queen Liz. Oh, Lord. Right, being smart. Oh, Lord. Oh, my Lord. How did my picture just come down? I didn't even, okay. Let's get back on to this. Oh, my Lord. Y'all are right.
Past 7 weeks. When does this trial end? I heard possibly today or Monday.
I think Monday.
I think closing arguments are going to end today. The jury will start deliberating on Monday.
Right.
If I was a defense, I would like a longer deliberation period than a shorter deliberation period. I think the fact that they're going to take the weekend off and start deliberating on Monday could lead to there being a quicker deliberation because these jurors, there's going to be no way they're going to go home and not think about the case at all. They may be thinking about some facts that came out during closing, and they'll finally be able to talk to each other as a group on Monday. But this case, I think, is going to be over possibly on Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday at the latest. The longer deliberation, I think that means the jury is struggling to convict. If it's a quick deliberation, I think it means that they are quickly leaning with the prosecution.
Right. And I think they're, now they said they're trying to get, well, let me just pull it up. Okay. We're doing I think the closing, we're down at the bottom of the chart, closing. I think they're going to finish with the closings probably today. And then I'm right along with him on some parts. And then the jury charge, they're going to be doing deliberations probably on Monday morning. That's my bet. It's Monday morning. And they're probably, I think they're, because of the 4th of July is going to be coming up. I think they're going to want, what is today, the 27th? Let me look at my calendar. I think they're going to want to have everything wrapped up and sealed and handed over, that verdict, because I don't think they want to be doing anything. Oh, yeah, because the 28th and the 29th is Saturday and Sunday, and then Monday is the 30th, day 30. It would be considered day 34 then. What's today? 32? Is today 32? Yeah, 32. No, it'd be considered day 33 then. Okay, I think, yeah. But, and nobody wants to hang out from Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, knowing we got July the 4th coming up. Everybody's going to be thinking about their family. They want to, some people travel during the holiday weekend. they want to get out of here. They want to travel. They want to go. Some probably already had that booked before they even knew they was going to be on this trial, that they're going home for the 4th, or they're going to do this. People ain't going to be wanting to hang around in no courtroom. They're going to get out of there. They're going to have this thing wrapped, sealed, and delivered. And I think a lot of them already made up their mind. We're talking about college educated people here. Okay, the youngest person is the deli worker, and I think she's what, 30. I did have all the ages on the slide. I see, if I can pull it up, but yeah, these people ain't got time for that. But they know what they're dealing with. Let me answer this question. It says, how long do you predict the jury will deliberate? I have to look over there, and I forgot. I should just put my glasses on. I would just say, a few hours. Oh, most people are saying 2 days, guys. Yes, 51% is saying 2 days. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but I stick by what I just said. Okay, let me make sure I didn't. Keep in mind, they only select evidence that will work, minimum for these charges. Can't waste evidence when more people will be charged, in my opinion. Yeah, because don't forget, we got Miss KK. Miss KK, where you at, Miss KK? Don't try to be gone forever. You got to come back. Thank you. Patricia said, thank you, Linda Gamble. Okay. Yeah, the July 4th is coming up. 4th of July is next weekend. These people ain't going to be hanging around. They want to go. It's like, I got to go somewhere. Okay.
And it's interesting too, because we officially know, we learned this morning that the jury will, which is what we were expecting, get the case on Monday, but it's a short week next week because the 4th of July is on Friday. William, how could that short week factor into whether or not we're here a couple weeks from now still going on? I mean, how long could this theoretically go once it goes to deliberations?
I mean, that's always the $64,000 question, right? We never know how long jurors are going to deliberate. They can deliberate until they have a verdict or until they reach out to the judge and say that they don't. I don't love the fact that it's a short week. As a defense attorney, I don't usually like jurors to get cases right before either a long weekend or a holiday, simply because you want jurors to be able to take the time and to go through everything. So I don't love the fact that it's going into the holiday week as a defense attorney. I think that jurors may unfortunately rush a little bit in order to not have to come back after the long holiday weekend. Realistically, I don't know that the jurors get the case on Monday. I think it's more likely they get it on Tuesday. I'm not sure that the jury instructions are going to be that quick. I think that today is almost entirely going to be made up of defense closing argument. And then, of course, don't forget the prosecution has the opportunity to give a rebuttal argument. We know the prosecution is a little long-winded. I think their closing itself was 4 hours and 45 minutes yesterday. I mean, that's a long argument. So I think that Monday would be optimistic for the jurors to get this case.
Before I get to a couple more of the questions that are coming in fast, which we appreciate, update again from the courtroom. Mark Agnifilo says, the prosecutors call his business racketeering. That's the fake trial. What happens? He gets arrested. They destroy his property. They have an SRT, special response team. They're clandestine, can't follow with a camera, rampant. They ran. His kids were there. And here, 6 or 7 in the second row. So he's pointing to Sean Combs' kids. He has 7, believed to be 6 or 7 of them who are there. And of course, he has a young daughter who's an infant. So kind of bringing the family into this. Tyler, first off, I guess, is it a stretch? Because when I think of RICO, I think of Al Capone, Whitey Bulger could have been probably charged with RICO, John Gotti, Sean Combs, bad boy records. I mean, this is the person who we grow up with. Is it a challenge for really the prosecution to link something that we all kind of consumed and loved in a lot of ways with people who are mob bosses?
It is a challenge. And this is, I believe, unprecedented for a RICO charge of this nature, especially with there just being one person at the top on this case, and that's Mr. Combs being charged with racketeering all by himself. And I think that's what the defense is showing here. They're showing the overwhelming power of the government with these special teams, how they brought this case and how they've charged him with racketeering when they're saying this is really just Mr. Combs having sex with people consensually and pushing his team members very hard as he's a successful person globe-trotting across the world doing business. That's what the defense is trying to show this jury. The question really is, does the jury believe the defense position of this case, or they believe in the prosecution's position of this case? And we won't know that until there's a verdict. But I think the defense is doing a good job showing the power of the government and showing that they just went above and beyond and put a zero target on Mr. Combs' head and went all the way with racketeering that has a penalty of life in jail.
Yeah, it seems like just based off what our conversations were starting at 9 o'clock this morning, the defense is taking that approach. We're going to take a quick break. Tyler Bailey, criminal defense attorney, civil rights attorney. It's been great to have you. I know you have to head out. Aaliyah Roberts, William Corbin, thank you for sticking around with us throughout the morning as we continue to follow these closing arguments. When we come back, we're going to talk to Sierra Gillespie. You know her as the host of the Scandal channel here on Law and Crime. She is in Lower Manhattan outside the courthouse. We will go there live right after the break.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I forget when I mute myself. Y'all have to remind me. Oh Lord, that's why I hate muting myself sometimes. Thank you, guys. But the only thing I was doing just reading y'all's comments in the chat. That's all I was doing. Hi, this is Black Titanic. This is Black Titanic's her new channel, guys. This is one of her channels. This is the one that she's been using lately. So it's Oma, officially Black Titanic. Okay. So y'all make sure if you haven't, I know a lot of you are members, or a lot of you are have hit the subscribe button. Make sure you go over to her new channel and hit the subscribe button at the new channel too. All right, guys. Thank you, Black Titanic. Let me know if you want to come up and say anything. You're welcome to. Anybody is welcome to come up and say whatever you want. I forgot to say that yesterday. I really did. Let me just drop the link out there. So if anybody want to comment, I swear I've been forgetting to drop the link. I'm sorry, guys. Y'all know no disrespect, but I've been forgetting. I get caught up in this trial. I forget to ask y'all, do you want to come up? Queen Queen Liz is saying hi to BT. Queen Liz, refresh your device and come back in, please, and thank you. Oh, something happened to her device? Okay, one, you can hear me. Okay, that's Linda speaking to BT. Okay, that's the link if anybody want to come up. Because I swear, dude, I've been forgetting. Oh, that Patricia. I'm back to link, please. Black Titanic type. That's her link right there. That's it right there. Patricia, you see it? Omar at officially BT, not BT, Black Titanic. That's it. Black Titanic, just type it in for everybody whenever you get a chance. She'll type it in for you, Patricia, so everybody can see it. They're on break. Nothing is going on. So since they're on break, guys, let me go ahead and play this here. I'm going to pull this down for a moment and get this started. And we're going to come back. We're going to come back in just a minute. And when we come back, and I know we're slightly behind, so we're going to catch ourselves up when we come back. This is InnerCity Press. Okay, this is Matt talking to you guys. This is today. The U.S. This is today, guys. Let me just put it up there so you all can see it. Remember, all the information from Law&Crime in InnerCity Press will be down in my description box below my video. Okay, this is today, day 32. Okay, here it is. I'm going to go ahead and play it for you guys. And it's only 2 minutes and 59 seconds.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, InnerCity Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse today, Thursday, June 27th. It's day 32 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. Today, the defense closings. We're on our way in. Yesterday, the prosecution's closing by AUSA Slavic brought together a lot of threads. I will say, it's not so much the law when actually described in that context, not just on the dry piece of paper of a jury charge, but actually described orally to a jury, made it seem pretty easy to convict him, because it said, and I'm saying this just like it changed my view in the sense that there's a lot of things they don't have to find. On the transportation for prostitution or commercial sex work charge, they don't really have to show intent or anything. It seems very tricky. And on the RICO, they just have to find 2 incidents, and they can even be the same predicate. Those who thought that the U.S. letter dropping theories of liability concerning arson and kidnapping and aiding and abetting sex trafficking would result in a substantially different closing were incorrect. We're incorrect because it was all there. There was multiple references to Kid Cudi. There were multiple references to Capricorn Clark. So I think it would have been better to have, we've got a lot of noise pollution here, but so be it. I think it would have been better for the defense. Okay, we got a garbage truck. We've got some we've got some trees being cut down. So apologies all around. In fact, okay, well, sorry for the noise pollution. This courthouse area is incredible. And I don't know, actually the city council here micromanages so many things. I'm kind of surprised they haven't gotten into the whole noise situation. In any event, we're heading in for the defense conference. Now there's big news everywhere. There's the big, beautiful bill. Will it get done by July 4th? What about this Senate parliamentarian Elizabeth McDonough having so much power? Will Trump nominate a new Fed chief while Jerome Powell is sitting for almost a full year? Many questions. On the New York beach, Sebastian Telfair, one-time basketball phenom. I believe that he's been sentenced to 6 months in jail by Judge Brony. That's what the docket says. And in the K-Flock, for those K-Flockers out there, the drill rapper, the woman who testified at the trial that we alone, I would say, covered, Ashanti Washington has been indicted for perjury. And they even put out a press release about it. So it's really something. We're covering that. The UN, we have a new scoop. UNODC, the chief of it, left because she's doing real estate in Egypt. Absolutely corrupt. We're putting the question to the UN. They haven't answered. Let's see if we have a midday vlog. If not, have a good day. Have a good weekend, because Diddy is on trial.
Okay, guys. And I'm glad okay. They're back from break. Okay. So let me get that started. Give me 1 second. I'll let y'all be listening while I work on something else right quick. They're back from break. So we're getting ready to hear what's going on. Let me, here it is right here.
Yeah, Chris, I think his family is so important in all of this, because I know many of you have been watching the live streams with us since the very beginning, which I think, Chris, you said this at the beginning. I do think we're the next best thing, right? If we don't have TV inside there. We've been following this since the beginning with all of his family going in day after day, and it's something that jurors are paying attention to. So who did we see this morning? We saw Janice Combs, his mother, that was going in. It honestly is kind of a jumble, the amount of people that are all there at once. A lot of his children, which, by the way, he has 7 at this time. And I think it's really important to highlight the defense talking about this, because they do pay attention, and they, I mean, the jurors are paying attention to the amount of kids that Diddy has there. And, you know, the heart symbol that we've shown a lot, where Diddy was doing that to his family, where, you know, he mouths words to his mother like Janice Combs, love you, mommy, things like that. And I do think that this is things people pick up on, that this guy is a family man. And perhaps that's what Mark Agnifilo is trying to include.
Yeah, and you see him really trying to humanize Sean Combs because, and at the same time,
let me say this: just because you got a lot of kids, that don't make you a great person. A lot of people that done a lot of bad things, even put people up under their house, dig holes and chop them up and put them under their house and stuff. People say they're the pillar of the community. They bring the community together. Oh, he's this. Oh, he's a city councilman. Oh, he's a wonderful person. He teaches after school programs. He helps with the after school program. You hear that all the time. And they out there snatching up people, drugging them and ripping them up in pieces and boiling their heads. Oh, no. And they may have 10 and 12 kids too. Or they may just have 5 or 7. That doesn't mean anything. I'm trying to show you a family man. Remember who we're dealing with. Don't get lost in the sauce. Okay? Black Titanic. She's just saying hello to everybody. Blessing to all of you. Okay. Let me see. That's Queen giving her heart. Drop her link. Okay. BT, since you're in the drop your link to Patricia wants your link. Can you drop it, please? Go ahead and type your link in for me. BT. Okay. She said Kim Porter and Diddy made some beautiful kids. Now, that is true. Kim Porter. Well, Kim was a beautiful woman, too. Oh, yeah, she was a beautiful woman. Kids. Plus, I'll be sure son always in court. And it was reported that the twins came for the first time. They came back yesterday for the first time. Yes, they did. I think this picture here is from yesterday when they all showed up in those beautiful white suits. Thank you. Black Titanic, Patricia, she's dropping the link. All right. Thank you, BT. I hope Quincy is okay and maybe now he can reconnect with his dad. I think everybody is praying for that, Liz. I think, Queen, I think everybody is praying for that. Because I think his dad is hoping he see the light when all this is over. You know, because he's really gonna need his dad after this. Although he considered Diddy to be his father, his dad, but Quincy loves his child without any questions. Okay. Yeah. Okay, here we go, guys.
Not just humanize him, but try to remove him from the person that these jurors saw. And they saw it yesterday in the 2016 video. We're getting some updates coming in from the courtroom. The first person to say this was about domestic violence was Cassie Ventura. She made an Instagram post. She said, "Thank you for your love and support. Domestic violence issue." She could have said anything on her phone or tablet. She could have said this was about sex trafficking. She didn't say that. She said it was about domestic violence. Believe her. Believe Cassie when she says domestic violence was the issue in that moment. Watching that video, imagine that. But then also saying that this case, once again, and they've said this throughout, that you can believe that Sean Combs is a domestic abuser, but he's not. That's not what he's on trial for. For you standing outside the courtroom today, Sierra, we haven't seen a lot of people kind of thinking of Cassie Ventura as one of the high-profile witnesses in this trial. We talked about Kanye West making his quick cameo appearance that one day, which was super random. But other than that, there hasn't really been a lot of high-profile people, maybe Kid Cudi. I mean, as far as the crowd outside today, is there anyone there?
Honestly, the answer to that is no. I love how you refer to the Kanye West situation as random, because I think it was just that. It's like he showed up, people took a bunch of photos of him. He goes into the court overflow room for an hour and then leaves so that we can talk about how Kanye West was here. And since then, we haven't really seen anyone like that. Earlier today, I did see what looked kind of like a protest across the street. And I started thinking, okay, what are we talking about now? And I was looking over there and I found out that it was in regards to Britney Spears. Actually, it had nothing to do with the Free Puffy movement that we've seen over here before. So I guess it's good to know for Britney's team that people are still talking about it, even though she's no longer part of the conservatorship. But I think that just shows kind of I don't want to say silliness, but kind of the strangeness surrounding a trial like this, because up and down the street, we have cameras, next to me, we have NBC and ABC, and BBC was just talking to me earlier today. So there are people all over. And I really think the people who are coming to this trial, yes, there are supporters and some who are supporting the victims in all of this, but really it's just a place where people know that they can come and, stand in front of a camera.
Right. And we just showed the video of Kanye West when he showed up that one day. And I just can't imagine if I was like one of the photographers camped outside and the car rolls up and then out comes Kanye West. You'd be like, yeah, like this. You're just like, what? Kanye? Sure. All right. Right. Yeah. Well, Sierra Gillespie, host of our YouTube channel Scandal here on Law and Crime. I know you're going to be taking things over for us here on the live stream at 10:30 at the bottom of the hour. So everybody watching, stick around. Sierra does a great job and will continue to do so as we follow these closing arguments. I now want to turn to our panel of experts. We have Aaliyah Roberts, trial attorney, William Corman, criminal defense attorney, still with us right now. Thank you both for following along these updates. And I'll just read another one where it appears that they're now focusing on Cassie Ventura, who was really the star witness in this entire trial. Mark Agnifilo, Diddy's defense attorney who's making this case, says, no one called 911, they called civil plaintiffs' attorneys. This case is about money. Cassie Ventura sued Sean Combs for $30 million because he has $30 million. If he doesn't have it, no civil lawsuit and no criminal case. Aaliyah, what do you make of the approach now that the defense is taking?
I think that there would be a criminal case regardless. I think that there's conspiracy, there's bribery. I think for me, what people are kind of not recalling is Kid Cudi's testimony. And I think that is very, very, very important for more than one reason. Reason number one, we have the conspiracy to commit arson, right? Because we know that some of Diddy's Mr. Combs' affiliates were the individuals who arranged for that to happen. And we also know that it happened around the time that Cassie Ventura was trying to leave, which speaks to the coercion element, right? I tried to get away from this individual. I tried to date someone else, and then he blew up my boyfriend's car, allegedly, right? Or I tried to leave and I tried to get away, and then he shows up in the city that I'm in another part of the world to try to come get me. So I think that there's this whole argument of Cassie wanted money. Cassie was with Sean Combs for, 10 years. You think that she hadn't acquired enough, even if not actual cash, in jewelry, diamonds, bags, that she couldn't actually take care of herself. Cassie Ventura is also married with 3 children, and I believe her husband is very successful. That has nothing to do with money at all. This has to do with she finally stood up and said something, and it's very unfortunate that that is the route that the prosecution is, the defense is taking, but it's expected because they have to have some sort of defense.
Speaking of
You're right, Kanye West, that overflow room. He thought he was gonna they gonna just, because he's Kanye West, gonna let him walk straight on up into the jury room. Let me see what this is saying. Let me put my glasses on, that way I don't have to be looking over. What's your one word reaction to the Diddy trial so far? They got words in here: shocking, predictable, suspicious, overblow. I would say predictable. That's what I'm going to say. Oh, shocking was the number 1, and then predictable was number 2. Shocking got 41%, predictable got 25. It's gone. Okay. What about the people he paid to not talk? Yeah, jury number, witness number 3. I mean, not jury, but witness number 3 was paid. In my opinion, that's why she never showed up. And you don't supposed to mention that person's name. There's a person, I'm not going to say was a content creator or a blogger, but it's one of those that mentioned this girl's name. I was shocked when I heard that. I said, oh, and actually I wrote it down. So I won't forget. I wrote it down in my little book here. I wrote it down yesterday, and I put source, where it came from. So if something, and that's the first time and she said the person's name. And I said, oh my God, you don't supposed to do that. And she said it more than one time, like twice, maybe 3. But I said, oh my God. And I said, oh Lord, oh my God, you don't supposed to do that. Because that's why they are called Jane Doe, or a synonym for like Mia. Mia is not her real name. Jane is not her real name. You don't supposed to say their real name. Just because you're in the courtroom and you see that person, or you're in the overflow room and you know that person's voice, or you found out who that person is, that don't mean you're supposed to put it out there. I'm not repeating no names. I would never say who that person is. And I would never say who that blogger or person is. I would never give their name out, who said it. And I would never give the name out of the witness. Because whoever you are is safe with me. I would never say your name. Because I'm not like that. But their names are private for a reason. Okay? So if it comes out, you didn't hear it, it didn't come out from me, because I just happen to run across the video, but I'm not gonna say who it is. It's not my video to carry. It's not my story to tell. Okay? No, I would never do that. Let's see what we got here. What about the people okay, I read that. Yeah. When they read the jury the directive, it's very clear. Yeah, I think they changed some of that. Okay, I got that one. I mean, has anyone else locked into a 10-album deal? Yes, she had a 10-album deal. How many songs came out? Maybe 1 or 2. Keep in mind. And he kept her in the studio recording for nothing. But her job was to be That her job was to freak out. That was her job. Being a recording artist, like remember yesterday in the report, it says that she was moldable. She was a moldable, where he can mold her into whatever he wants. And I think Capricorn, I think it was Capricorn. I read that, said that yesterday. I think it was Capricorn. I think it was Capricorn. I think it was. But if I'm wrong, I'll correct it. I'll have to look and see again. Keep in mind, she never did another album or tours. That is true. Her allowance he was giving her was in advance, and she probably would have had that held. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He only was paying her the money she would have been making if she was working for somebody, had a deal with somebody else. Over her head, yeah. Yeah, she was too busy. She was really, really busy because he wanted to do this seemed like almost every week. And then they rest up a few days or several times a week. I could not do this because this thing that stuff lasts for days on end. And a person in their right mind, your body couldn't take that. If you're juiced up and powdered up, yeah. Because your body is superhuman then. Exactly. And hopefully she has a cause in what he can cause into. There could be even use on stuff, hopefully, yeah. Now, I'm not saying Capricorn was a victim in some way, but I agree she wants to be with Diddy. Now that I believe, I think all of them wanted to be with him, but he used them all. Hey, sweet tea, I'm so glad to see you. You're hiding in the bushes. You must be working. Thank you, sweet tea. I'm so glad to see you. Make sure, I know I don't have to say hit that like button for sweet tea. Okay, that was that Trusty that was doing that. That Tessie. Oh, you make me choke. You make me choke, Liz. Get back to this.
Of arson, Lee.
Oh, let me see. Black Titanic said something that was really good, but I couldn't. It was going on in. Let me see what that was. Oh, you talking about the Kanye West? Oh yeah. This man, I think I did mention that. He thought he was going to just be ushered up into the courtroom and take a ringside seat because he's Kanye West, and then he got on some clothes instead of that stuff he'd be wearing, and then he had on some shoes that actually fit his feet. Yeah, instead of those boots. When I say clothes, he had on something that we can recognize. You know what I mean? You're right, BT. Here we go.
Because earlier in the week, there was somewhat misinformation that charges were dropped against Sean Combs, but the prosecution said they were streamlining things, and we were talking about predicate offenses under the RICO. Need to find that he committed 2 and 10 years. And arson was one that the prosecution did not include, I believe, in the jury instructions, right? But then they talk about arson yesterday, the government did in their opening statements. What did you make of that? And then when you look at Kid Cudi's testimony, you didn't have Combs' DNA on the Molotov cocktail, and you also have him to Kid Cudi denying, which, of course, if you did put a Molotov cocktail on somebody's Porsche, you wouldn't say you did it, but he denied it. Where do you stand on whether the arson will actually play into jurors' minds when they make a decision on the RICO charge?
Again, there's a lot of factors here, right? I think what's most important is, as you know, we've talked about this a lot, right? We grew up with Diddy.
Yeah.
So this whole Molotov cocktail, this whole argument, that had the situation and the story has been around for some time. And I think that, as we said before, if someone blew up my car and I know this person has the ability to still get access to me, even though they are in jail, I might not necessarily go on the stand and say, yeah, he did it. It was him. However, I also would say that from a prosecution standpoint, if I'm not mistaken, I think the attempted arson charge was dropped, but I do think that the actual charge of arson was still at least being discussed or included, because again, we need 2 underlying crimes for the RICO, right? So if I have proven that at least there was some sort of conspiracy, there's sort of some attempt from my employees at my direction to do this, now we have the conspiracy to commit arson. Right? If I have bribed, as we know, there was bribery for the Intercontinental Hotel video. I bribed someone to give me the video back. Now I have bribery. So that's 2 underlying crimes on top of the sex trafficking.
And William, as I kind of get some more updates coming in here, I'm thinking about the story that the defense is telling right now. And they began with Sean Combs. This is the successful guy that we all know. Look at his family in the front row. He's a family man. Now they're diving into Cassie Ventura's testimony and trying to show that the relationship they had was consensual. Mark Agnifilo says, on sex, they found each other. It's a beautiful thing. You won't find a single text where she says, I didn't like that sex. It was an 11-year relationship. The issues were jealousy and other women, but they match up when it comes to sex. And then he says that they were swingers. Now, the text messages may not show that, but they also 6-7 weeks ago heard incredibly emotional testimony from Cassie Ventura in the flesh, on the stand, speaking to those jurors. And that leads me to the next question that we're getting from Benny Blanco, Bronx. Doesn't the text messages prove it was consensual, William?
So I think the text messages are important. Again, I think, and that's what the defense attorneys are going to focus on. These text messages, these digital footprints of Cassie Ventura, of Jane, of Mia, of all these folks, there isn't a lot there that says it wasn't consensual. They talk about it a little bit here and there, but especially with Cassie Ventura, the text messages go way beyond that in terms of, and I love you, and I love the freak offs, and I'll do whatever you want, so on and so forth. What's going to be important is when the prosecution does their rebuttal, that's when they're going to bring up, hey, look, Cassie Ventura is texting him all this stuff, but this relationship was one of control, this relationship was one of coercion, and this relationship was abusive, and this relationship was awful. Let's look at the fact that he extorted $20,000 from Cassie Ventura's mom in an effort to have them not release the sex tape. So you can believe whatever you want about these text messages, but remember the broader context of this relationship. And that's what the prosecution is going to say when they get back up there on their rebuttal. And again, you know, I think Combs has been sued by, I think there's 30 lawsuits that are currently pending right now, mostly from victims. I think there was a giant one that was just filed the other day. So the fact that there's money involved, there's lawsuits involved, I think it's important for the defense to bring it up. Again, I agree 1,000% with Leah. I don't think that that should be the focus of the entire defense closing argument or the defense case. I think that would be a mistake. But I think it's important to bring it up because, again, the jury heard about it, and I think you want them to know that there is some stuff out there. But, you know, again, I think that the digital footprint is what the defense should rely on here from beginning to end of their closing argument.
Another good question coming in here, Aaliyah. This is from Benoit4904, who's been great this morning, giving us some really good questions, kind of moving our conversation forward, which we always appreciate having viewers who are part of this show. Putting aside his violent behavior, do you think Diddy was aware he was committing criminal acts at the time?
Is water wet? I do think that he was aware that he was committing acts of the crime. Let's take it back all the way to the beginning. The label is called bad boy for a reason, right? Like it's not just, you know, we just made it up and, you know, that's what we're just going to do. It's called bad boy for a reason. And as we all know, because again, I grew up in the 90s, early 2000s, Sean Combs has been charged and he has been very, very familiar with the criminal justice system many a times, right? Has he been convicted and gone to jail? No, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't know what he's doing is a crime. It means that he's a very, very successful man and a very, very powerful man. And he just is able to, you know, slip through the cracks and continue on doing what he's doing. Sean Combs knew that he was committing a crime, right? If you have to acquire drugs that are pink, has anyone else just gone out on the street and like, hey, oh, pink cocaine? Yeah, like I'm just gonna go grab that. That's not accessible. You have to actually go and find that and buying that. That's a crime. You know you're committing a crime by acquiring these drugs.
I really appreciate you saying that, because sometimes, I mean, especially, I mean, we're covering a very important trial, and I try to speak in some legal terms, and, in my mind, I'm wondering what are the right words. At some point, you just got to say, is water wet? Tree fall in the woods, whatever whatever saying you want that your grandfather said back in the day, it's 100% true. William, a question coming in from Allison Jones, all the way from the UK, which we really appreciate you joining us. Do you think it's appropriate that his children are exposed to the details of the case? I wonder if the children have been pressured to attend. How do you handle that? Because he has someone like Justin Combs who's 30, but he also has some younger children. How do you handle that, knowing it's going to be some pretty tough testimony?
I mean, the fact of the matter is this: he's on trial for his life right now. And so having the kids there helps. I think having the kids there humanizes him. It's what they have to do. Again, he didn't testify, so bringing up the fact that he has a family is important. Having the family there to show support is important. Again, they're there today. I don't remember how many of the younger kids especially were there throughout the course of the testimony. There is graphic testimony, but even if you're Sean Combs, you haven't been able to shield these kids from this trial over the last 6+ weeks, not to mention everything that led up to the trial before then. So I think it's good that they're there. I think it's important that they're there. Whether or not it's appropriate for them to hear some of the testimony, I don't know the intricacies of the family dynamic that well, but I think it's more important that they're there and hearing things that may make them uncomfortable than having them not there at all.
Yeah, I think he has some twin daughters, and I remember early on in the testimony when it was really starting to get graphic at the beginning, it was reported that they got up and they walked out of the courtroom. I mean, you do whatever your opinion is on Sean Combs, to hear those things that your dad's accused of, it's not easy to listen to. Another update from the courtroom, Mark Ignifilo says, Cassie gets a burner phone. Finally, that's what you expect in a racketeering case. She's the one who got the burner phone the morning of December 22nd, 2021. The whole thing with Cuddy, talking about Kid Cudi and all that, she had 2 hotel rooms, and room for a burner phone. Aaliyah, he's really going in on Cassie Ventura right now. How do you separate, okay, the text messages may show that at the time she was consensual, but I'm sure for these jurors, she was pregnant on the stand giving emotional testimony. I remember Elizabeth Milner, she's been in the courtroom every day, was talking about just how emotional those moments were. Yeah, it was 6-7 weeks ago. How do you, as the defense, and how do you think the defense is doing going at Cassie Ventura pretty early on here in the closing arguments?
I think they have to. I think that Cassie is, a very huge piece of this entire case. And I think that pointing out that she has a burner phone, while they think it might be beneficial to them, I also think it cuts both ways. It means that I have a phone that I've gotten on the side because I'm so scared of my partner, in this case, Mr. Combs, going through the phone that I have, checking my phone, having my passwords, right? If she truly did not believe that she was in a space where she was safe, trying to get a burner phone to have some sort of normalcy, that could kind of cut to the prosecution's argument of coercion, force, and duress, right? I also think that from an emotional standpoint, I remember there was testimony early on that defense counsel wanted Cassie Ventura to already be seated when she was giving her testimony, so the jurors couldn't actually see that she was 8 months pregnant, right? I think that was, of course, it was denied because it was unreasonable. But I think that if you look at where Cassie is now, and married, she has 3 children, she's moved on, and obviously having to relive this entire huge chunk of her life on the stand, it was emotional. And I'm sure the jurors were leaned in, right? And again, as we said before, this is not a case that no one was familiar with, right? This is the case that people knew that Diddy and Cassie were together. Did they know the details of their relationship? No. But to see it in real time, of course it's emotional. So the defense has to do a good job of poking holes. Do I think that was the greatest argument to make? Because again, it kind of supports the prosecution's theory? No.
Because I also think if you're Diddy's defense, you better be pretty sure that the jury doesn't have this team Cassie 100%, almost as if she's a friend. And then the second, I mean, you really run the risk with what we're hearing he's saying thus now of kind of turning off the jury to the argument that they're trying to make. But to your point, it's kind of what he has to do. Another question, also from the UK. Pretty cool to have people joining us from across the Atlantic. William, Stella K80 says, in the unlikely situation, in her opinion, that Diddy walks free and something were to happen to a juror or witness, you think of the allegations of witness intimidation that Diddy's faced, would
like Titanic. That you're right. You have, as a mom, you have grown women talk to your daughter before they go to college. But when they meet a man who they love, your teacher go out the door. Cassie's mom, heartbroken. That is true. They meet a man. Oh yeah, go right out the door. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh my God, I think everybody and I had. Oh Lord, if you hadn't had a daughter, I won't say all, but I would say, oh Lord, they meet a man, especially if it's an older man, and he ain't got her all wrapped up in his head before you find out about him. Then there's nothing you can say. Nothing you can say. Because he ain't already got her mind wrapped up. And an older man would do exactly what Diddy did. Mold that. Something he can work with and mold. He'd know that. Because a woman his age, if he's older, a woman would not put up with that stuff. They'll get these young women, a young teenage girl just out of high school or gone, getting ready for college or in college, because Lord Almighty. Hi, Nikki. Thank you for being here. Nikki News on Narcissism. Thank you for being here today. Thank you so much. Queen Liz, God bless this woman right now. Yes. Yes, BT, exactly. Oh, that's me saying hi to Queen. Exactly. Why my husband don't look like this guy? Okay, let him behave. Ooh, Lord. I tell you, I just don't know. I just don't know. I just pray. I pray. I've been praying for all these women on this that was in this jury. Don't forget, a lot of people don't even talk about it. I bring her up because she got lost in the shuffles. Dawn Richard. Remember her from Danny DeCane? She's a victim. Not because she was in those hotels freak off nights and and all this, but she was a victim because of the harassment, the bully, the trauma that she suffered through the workplace for years, through that workplace. You see what I'm saying? And you had to shut your mouth and be quiet. And being talked down to, being told that you're too big or you're too fat, that you need to lose weight, or that you're a hamburger away from being obese or something like that. Or seeing you watching him beat on Cassie and telling you that you can end up in the river, or become a person that snitches or comes beyond alive. You see what I'm saying? You can be a victim in so many ways. But yes, Cassie, Mia, Jane, Capricorn, all of them. And even the ones I may not think of right now off the top of my head. And I still, not just the women, don't forget about Little Rod. Little Rod. I ain't talking about, and don't forget about, what's his name? Justin. I ain't saying no Ursha, because Ursha, although he was a child when all that, yeah, but still, he still, and then he's gonna turn a child over to Diddy. No.
Would he be somewhat protected with double jeopardy? They do say they're from the UK, not sure on US law. Where does the law stand on, let's just say he walks free and then more evidence comes forward of some of the charges he's facing?
Well, if it's more evidence of the charges he's facing, then double jeopardy applies. You can't be tried twice for the same set of facts and circumstances for the same crime. So if he was acquitted, even if all of a sudden they realized there was more evidence down the road, they wouldn't be able to retry him for these exact same things. Could they retry him if something new came up? Absolutely. Anything's fair game at that point. I think defense counsel may try to say that there's double jeopardy, but if it's the exact same crimes, no. If it's something brand new, sure.
And another update coming in, and you kind of see the direction that the defense is going right now as they're making their case for Sean Combs. Let's talk racketeering. The judge is going to give a legal charge later today, assuming the first one is the 2004 kidnapping of Capricorn Clark. Let's talk about her. She said, "I wanted my life back. Capricorn Clark's parents passed away when she was young. I don't mean any disrespect. She told you. I'm happy she did. Others didn't tell you about their parents. She moves to the Bronx and meets Sean Combs. She goes super platonic. What? I think she means she didn't want it to be platonic. She's out there. You could see it. She says, you know, I had the biggest crush on you. I think we misused our dope chemistry." So now going at Capricorn Clark, another witness who said that Sean Combs, she accused him of kidnapping. Knowing what we heard from the government yesterday, very fact-based, went down the line, laying out their case, Aaliyah. To this point, how is, I guess, overall, what's your read on how the defense is doing and whether or not these are effective arguments?
Y'all remember that Capricorn said that she was taken to a warehouse and held there, I think it was like 5 days, in which he did polygraph tests on her over and over. And also, don't forget that park incident, although I'm not saying that was kidnapping, but telling her while he had a pow on him. And that's big, tall bodyguard in the dark, at the park. But anyway, telling her she can be thrown in the river. I forgot whether it's the east, west, or south river. I don't know. But it was a river. Yes, I bet Diddy kept those jurors if they was found. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I don't even. It probably was just a setup. Just to let her know. Because remember, he never liked the fact that she had worked once for his enemy. Or any enemy if she worked for. You know what I'm saying? And so if you don't do nothing like that over and if you think she stole those, why not let her go? So you're fired. But instead, no. He just got to be so extreme. Go to the I don't know. I'm sorry if I had worked for what's that, Suge Knight? I would definitely disclose that. Yeah. He knew about it already that she worked for Suge Knight before. You know, that was one of his arch enemies. They couldn't stand each other. But shoot, I wouldn't seem like Diddy should have been scared of Suge Knight. Suge Knight was nobody you played with, you know. Hi, Impetitious. Thank you for coming in. Happy Friday to you too. And Impetitious is speaking to the chat and Linda Gamble. I was saying how he didn't. How did he? Yeah. I was saying how didn't he? Let me see. So he wanted to have people come over. Mm-hmm. Did he? Mm-mm. Somebody should have nipped this in the butt when he was with J-Lo and with that club incident situation. This should have been nipped in the butt with that club situation because everybody knew what happened. The woman still have never changed her story because she know who did it. He did it. He pow-powed her. Yeah. And she wants them to take the fragments out to compare with the pow-pow. But you know, if they take them out, it's going to lead right to him. She should have been one of the people that's been called in this. And I don't understand why they didn't call her. For some reason, I don't know. But welcome, everybody. And this is a live. So this is Law and Crime. They're doing live from the courthouse in New York on the Diddy case. This is day 32 of closing arguments.
Effective is a questionable word. I
Sure.
think that arguing that she couldn't have been kidnapped because she had a crush on Sean Combs, like, I'm sorry, where does that fall in the statute? It doesn't, right? Like, I did not feel, if I was taken against my will, I did not feel like I was free to leave. That is kidnapping, like, period, right? So if I had a crush on you, maybe they're trying to argue that, oh, she's biased and the prosecution got to her, but I don't think that, I think the prosecution is doing the best that they can arguing that. I don't think that it's as effective as it could be, simply because me having some sort of intimate relationship or being interested in dating this individual does not necessarily equate to the kidnapping or what I testified to didn't happen. I think from a credibility standpoint, if you get, we do have a male dominated jury. I think they were trying to make that argument like, oh no, these are just women who wanted him or who went after him. So I guess that leans to their theory and to their side, but I don't necessarily know how effective that it is. I think at minimum, they're just trying to create bias, because I can believe that this person might have had a crush on this individual or might have been interested in dating him. And I can also believe that this person kidnapped me. So I think the two things can be true.
One thing I'm noticing as just comparing yesterday to today is there has not been one Christina Coram reference in Sean Combs' defense, where yesterday she came up multiple times. Diddy's right-hand person. She was really a ghost in this trial because she's mentioned so many times as you see a picture of her, but she didn't testify. William, what role does she play in the final moments of this trial? And what do you make of Diddy not mentioning someone, Diddy's defense not mentioning someone who was there for so many stories that the prosecution told?
Sure. I think she was a very important non-witness for the prosecution. I mean, she was, for all intents and purposes, an unindicted co-conspirator. So for the racketeering, and conspiracy issue, we need to show that it wasn't just one person. The government needs to prove that there was more than one person involved in these crimes, and they have her. And they can point to things that she did. They can point to things that she helped orchestrate. And she was, for all intents and purposes, an unindicted co-conspirator. I don't think that the defense has anything to gain by mentioning her once. Because again, remember, the prosecution gets to give a rebuttal argument after the defense closing argument. So if the defense attorney starts talking about, where's KK? Why didn't she testify? Or anything along those lines, that opens the door for the prosecution to just hammer home that this wasn't just Sean Combs doing these things. And they need to show that it wasn't just him. He was sort of on top of the pyramid, if you will, and there are other people there. She's one right under him. So I'm not surprised that the defense is staying away from that. I would. But again, she's important. She's been important throughout the course of this trial.
When this goes to the jury, which we believe is going to be on Monday, according to the judge this morning, Aaliyah, how likely is it that the jurors will sit around and be like, why wasn't she called?
I think that that's a fair question. And I think they would definitely be thinking about that. I think that it also speaks to the fact that neither of the sides called KK, right? She was also not offered by Sean Combs as well. So I think that also leads to that whole argument as to maybe she would have been beneficial to the prosecution, maybe she would have been beneficial to the defense. But I would be asking the same question. Well, why didn't she testify? The prosecution might come back and say, even though you did not see her physically in the courtroom, you have heard from her, you have heard these text messages, you have heard all the witnesses mention her and how she has been involved. So maybe they're just going to try to rely on the fact that even though she wasn't in the courtroom, she was in the courtroom. But I would definitely be asking myself that question as well if I'm a juror. Like, well, why didn't we see her?
Well, we only have a couple more minutes to go until we're at the bottom of the hour, and then Sierra Gillespie is going to pick things up for us here on the Law&Crime live stream as we follow Diddy's closing arguments. So let's get right to it, William. I mean, at this point, we've heard part of what the closing is from the defense, and I know Aaliyah's kind of smiling. She knows the question that's coming, and probably the one that so many people just want to know. How do you see this finishing?
I think that Mr. Combs is going to be found guilty of at least 3, if not all 5 of the charges that are remaining. Probably all 5.
Which one is his best chance of being found not guilty of?
The sex trafficking of Jane.
Interesting. Why so?
Because I think that is murkier. I think that it certainly isn't as clear cut as Cassie Ventura. I think it isn't as clear cut as the racketeering. I think it isn't as clear cut as the transporting of the sex workers. I mean, the transporting of the sex workers is practically a gimme. I think that there's almost nothing the defense attorneys are going to be able to do to rewind that. It's going to happen, and he's going to be found guilty of this, and I really do feel that way. And I think Cassie Ventura, such a key witness, very important, brutal testimony, and I don't think that the defense scored enough points on cross-examination. I don't know that they could score enough points on cross-examination. Same thing with the racketeering. There's a lot here. When Aaliyah was talking before about is water wet, Sean Combs knows he's committing a crime when you hand a guy, what is it, $10,000 in a brown paper bag to get a video. That's problematic. That's bribery. There's no way around it. That witness testified under a grant of immunity because he himself had criminal liability as a result of the things he did at the behest of Combs. The Kid Cudi incident, again, he's not charged with attempted arson, meaning Combs isn't charged with attempted arson, but it certainly does come in there as a predicate offense for the racketeering. So all those things hit. If there's anything the defense attorney can home in on, it's the other sex trafficking charge. And again, sometimes, not always, sometimes the jury does want to reach a kind of comprehensive or some sort of verdict where they give something to both sides. So maybe what they basically do in the jury room is say, look, we have all this evidence. He is absolutely guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of these charges. This one's a little squishier. And since the government hasn't proved it beyond a reasonable doubt, we're going to find him not guilty of that. I'm not sure that it's that much. I'm not sure that they're there. But if there's one charge that the defense team could have some leeway with, it would be that one. But as far as the other four goes, I think he's going to be found guilty.
I'm happy you brought up the brown bag of cash because I think, and this is just my opinion, that Eddie Garcia, who is the security guard, that story he told about the Intercontinental Hotel having the video, Christina Coram allegedly hounding him to turn this video over, and then he goes to meet Sean Combs at an LA high-rise. The big security guards there are intimidating him. Sean Combs calls him Eddie, my angel, and counts out $100,000 with a money counter like you see in a mob movie. If I was a juror, that's something to me that would just be in my head, especially when you're trying to make the link to, was the guy that was a regular on Ellen actually something more close to being like John Gotti or Al Capone? Aaliyah, how do you see this finishing?
I think the same as my colleague has said earlier. I think the Jane Doe sex trafficking is a little bit more difficult. I think it has left a poor taste in the jurors' mouths that she is still receiving a benefit of it. I think her rent is $10,000 a month that is still being paid. I don't think that anyone, a normal person, a reasonable person, would think that you're being coerced if you have $10,000 rent being paid, because most people don't have $10,000 a month in rent, right? Most people would say this individual could have gotten away from him, got herself a little studio apartment for, what is the going rate in Manhattan? $3,500 now, and then going on. But I think the other crimes, all of the other crimes, there's going to be a conviction of. I think what's very, very important for everyone who is watching to remember, Cassie Ventura did not want to testify in this trial. She had to be subpoenaed by the prosecution to testify. So that whole argument of it's a money grab and this is what she's going after, she wanted to go away quietly. And she was forced to testify under a subpoena because, as we know, if you don't, answer a subpoena, you go to jail. So I think it's really, really important for our viewers to remember this is not something she herself wanted to do.
And especially with how pregnant she was at the time. I mean, who in their final weeks of a pregnancy wants to be going through, allegedly the worst moments of your life in a federal trial? Thank you both so much for joining me this morning. This was a lot of fun, very important testimony going on. Aaliyah Roberts, trial attorney, William Corman, criminal defense attorney. Both of you are awesome. Sierra Gillespie is going to be taking my spot after this quick break, continuing on with both of them. We'll see you.
How you doing, everybody? Thanks for sticking with us on Law&Crime's live coverage of the United States versus P. Diddy. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, also the host of our Law&Crime show and channel Scandal. So if you guys like P. Diddy, that's what we're covering there, and celebrity scandals and drama. Make sure you...
I think I had myself muted. She's the reporter that's inside the courtroom that comes out when they're on break to tell us what's going on, you know, just like all the content creators. And sometimes you don't want to get up because you don't want to lose your spot. I was on mute. I'm so sorry. You don't want to get up and lose your spot or trying to get back in there. So sometimes it's best just to have a little snacks. Only get up when you need to go to the bathroom. Because I would, if they would let you bring a little snack, I keep it in my purse somewhere. Keep it undetected, and let them know I got to have my water here because I have to take this medication. It may be a vitamin pill, a vitamin, but I'll make sure I wouldn't have to get up. But here she goes.
Subscribe to that show. But for now, we got to talk about P. Diddy, right? I'm live in the Southern District of New York, where right behind me is that courthouse. Inside, closing arguments, you guys, and it's the defense. Mark Agnifilo is up to bat, and we have an all-star panel of guests to talk about it. But first, I want to give you some updates that happened right now. So here's what we've got going. Mark Agnifilo in the courtroom. He's talking, and he says, next, Jane and Cassie are having a freak-off. It's December 22nd, 2021. Cassie has 2 hotel rooms. On burner phone, sees message with Cece about Cuddy, maybe called Scott in the text, something about hiking. He goes on to say, why would he have a gun? He goes to get Capricorn. Why? She would do anything with him, go to the moon. He didn't need a gun. He didn't have a gun. Cuddy said Cassie told Cuddy that Cassie already told Combs. Are you following me? Goes on to say Sean Combs has nothing to gain by having a gun and everything to lose. He is already Sean Combs. Capricorn would love to have stayed employed if he pulled a gun on her. No way. Didn't happen. No gun. So, of course, we're talking about the Kid Cudi situation. We've got the arson allegations there, as well as the kidnapping allegations with Capricorn Clark. And I think this is a perfect time to bring on our guests, right? We have Will Corman, criminal defense attorney, and Aaliyah Roberts, trial attorney. Thank you both for coming on and talking with us. They've been on when we were talking with Chris Stewart, and now we have even more questions. So I want to begin with you, Will. What are you thinking of the defense closing arguments right now? Because again, the jurors haven't heard much from them besides openings and cross, and now we've got Agnifilo, the heavyweight here. What are you thinking so far?
I think he did a very good job in the beginning humanizing Sean Combs, because that was important. As you just said, we haven't heard a lot from defense counsel other than cross-examination. And in the closing arguments, since Combs didn't testify, it really was an opportunity to remind the jurors who he is. He's a self-made man. He's very successful before all this. He's a musician. He's an entrepreneur. He has all these businesses. He's a family man. I think that they pointed out the children sitting in the gallery, and all that was very important. It then takes a turn when defense counsel starts weeding in or getting into the weeds regarding exactly what the evidence was. And it's difficult as we're sitting here reading the transcripts to sort of figure out what the tone is that he's conveying to the jurors. But this is a very difficult case for the defense team. I don't envy them at all. I think they're doing the best with what they have, but they don't have a lot.
I think you made a really good point that I'm here reading live tweets about what is happening, and we can't hear what he's saying. And I mean, compared to yesterday, we had reports, for instance, our reporter, Law&Crime reporter, Elizabeth Milner, was in the courtroom. She came out and she basically said that Christy Slavic, who did the closing for the prosecution, was basically reading off of her notes. And no shade to her. I mean, it was very long closings, but she didn't have a lot of emotion. And so I'm wondering if Mark Agnifilo might, though, just based on his personality, Mark the Shark, as I sometimes call him. Aaliyah, what are you thinking? Do you think he's got big personality in all of this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I said before, when you are presenting closing, this is your moment to shine, right? If any of my fellow theater kids out there remember when the curtain opened, it's that first moment. This is my moment, right? Especially because the prosecution was very methodical and did not pull in a lot of emotion. The defense counsel is going to Agnifilo, specifically, is going to definitely come in, big hands, big gestures. Maybe he might slam on the desk at one point just to, make sure the jury's listening. I know some attorneys do that, but no, we're definitely going in, as my colleague said, with like a big fanfare, guns blazing, because what else do we have? Right. So maybe if I speak louder and remind these people that no, he's not a bad guy. He's a dad and he's a businessman and he just, likes to do questionable sexual things in his spare time, maybe a little DV, but not a criminal. No.
When you said slamming the fists on the table, I feel like I could hear it from across the street in the courtroom, because I feel like that's so easy to imagine him doing something like that. And to your point, go big or go home. We haven't heard much from them. This is it. This is the mic drop. They've got to go big. So I can see some slamming. And by the way, thank you everybody who's been watching. We have viewers from literally all over the world, and you've been writing in and asking us amazing questions. So I want to go to some of those now. Keep doing it, by the way. This is from Kristen Beaver 7867. She says, with the prosecution charges, how much time does Diddy face now? Will, what are you thinking?
Well, I mean, these charges are very, very, very serious. I want to say that racketeering carries, 20 years plus, and after if he's convicted, the judge has the ability to stack these charges one on another, stack the sentences one on another, and at that stage of the game, we're into the stratosphere in terms of possibly years away. Again, this isn't a drunk driving case. This is about as serious as it gets. I mean, sex trafficking, that carries with it a significant sentence. Racketeering, a significant sentence. And if the judge decides to stack these sentences one on top of the other, unfortunately for Mr. Combs, that could be literally decades behind bars.
And I mean, if we think about it too, he's 55 years old. He spent almost the past year at MDC Brooklyn, which isn't the Ritz or, the Intercontinental Hotel for that matter. It's not one of these amazing hotels. I think, any sort of sentence like that where we have decades could be the rest of his life. I mean, it's definitely wearing. Let's go to another viewer question now. I have two. This is A. Bex 5009. She says, says, so the defense won't bring anyone and that's the end. Did people want to support him or what happened there? What are you thinking about that one, Aaliyah? I mean, they didn't call anyone.
No, they did not. They had a list of proposed people to call. And I think we talked about this briefly yesterday. I think someone from I don't know if it's Revolt or Bad Boy or Human Resources of one of his multi-named companies was supposed to appear, right? I think that they thought about that because on cross, that individual is now going to open the door to even more of the support for RICO, especially if we start talking about accounting and what was paid out of a business account for the freak offs or for transporting these sex workers, right? Or for buying baby oil and the other substance that was used. I think that there were two more witnesses that were purported to be called, but they were not called. I think it's very, very interesting that there was not one person that was produced. I'm sure as a viewer, like myself, you're thinking, well, why didn't they do that? It's strategy, right? Some people were thinking that Sean Combs was going to testify. I'm glad he didn't. I think that would have been a bad move on the defense counsel's part. But, there was no one to actually speak to any portion of this on the defense side. And I think the jury is going to think about that. Whether or not, they use it to credit the weight of their decision or not is a different story. But they're definitely going to be thinking about the fact that no one came and spoke on behalf of the defense.
I tend to agree with you, Aaliyah. First of all, I think that it's a great choice by P. Diddy not to take the stand, although I would have loved to see it and hear what he had to say. But as far as calling no one, zero witnesses, that is puzzling to me. And I agree with you that the jury is going to be thinking about that. I mean, they heard 6 or 7 weeks from the government, then they heard the closing arguments. They're expected to hear something from the defense and just get nothing. I mean, I think it's going to be something in their brains at the very least. And we've been talking a lot about our viewers. Thank you so much for interacting with us. We have a poll that was up. It was, can a relationship with domestic violence be a great modern love story? Because of course, in his closings, Mark Agnifilo compares Cassie and Diddy to a great modern love story. But then we have these domestic violence situations. I mean, we've all seen that Intercontinental video at this point. So here's what our viewers said. Yes, 11% said it could be a great modern love story. 80% said no, and 9% said unsure. So I'm going to ask you about that one, Will. What are you thinking? I mean, domestic violence plays a huge role in this case, but he's not charged with it. So is that difficult for jurors to kind of parse out when they're in the deliberation room?
So I think that from the beginning of this case, the defense counsel has basically talked about how this is a domestic violence case, and that's all this is. And I think that's what they have to do, because we can't do anything about that video. It's right there. It's almost, I know it isn't technically exhibit number one, but in the jury's mind and in my mind, it is exhibit number one. I am very wary of the idea that a relationship that's full of domestic violence is a modern love story. I take issue with that. If I were the prosecution in my rebuttal, I would be all over that, because I think that that's somewhat offensive to suggest. And with all due respect to the 11% of the folks in the poll who think that that is a modern love story, that's troubling. And it's certainly not something that I would harp on if I were a defense counsel at all. That's a tricky way to view a relationship, and probably not a proper one, and not one that would score many points.
A modern love story. A love story don't have you pimping you out to every man possible. Don't forget, the one that's in jail that's been trying to get out, Jonathan Hardy. Don't forget him. Don't forget the Punisher, pimping you out to all these men you don't know from Jack or John. You don't know who they are, who they slept with, anything, nothing about them. Just because they from an agency or from what's that, Green Book or whatever that thing. My neck, I think a tag or something is bothering my neck. But anyway, you don't know who they are, and everybody's passing around these diseases, sex diseases, STDs and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's not a modern love story. And that you getting her, introducing her to something like this at her, and she never, and you're, and she's new. You taught her everything she knows. She was a child when you met her at 19 years old. So this is not a love story. I don't think Diddy ever said she was the love of his life. He called Kim that. And you see what happened to Kim Porter. She was his queen, the mother of his kids. And you see what happened to her. So, oh God, this is a twisted, I don't know. The defense is grasping at anything that will stick on the wall, and that is not sticking. That fell flat to the ground, I tell you.
I think you brought up a great point. It is really troubling because not only do we have all of the people who are involved in this, I mean, we're talking Cassie or Jane, who are the survivors in this. We have jurors who live their lives. They have their relationships. We don't know what went on in their past relationships. So let's say they're, had an incident at some point in their past that something went, off. They're thinking about that and hearing, was that a modern love story? I don't know. So I tend to agree with you about that too, Will. And by the way, we do have some updates straight from court, so I'm going to read them to you now. This is Mark Agnifilo still going on with the closing arguments for the defense. He's talking about Kid Cudi now. He says Cudi didn't say that Capricorn said Combs had a gun because there was no gun. Working backward, Cudi didn't tell the police about a gun. It was written up as a trespass. That's all. There's no gun. Capricorn's story falls apart. He goes on to say there was the car chase. or was there? And again, this goes to what Aaliyah was talking about before. I do think he's being dramatic here. He goes on to say, Cuddy pulled up next to the Escalade. The witness said there was no car chase. The judge is going to say you can disregard any witness if you find something not credible. If you see fit, it's all you need. He goes on to say, seems like everything is possible with Capricorn Clark. I asked her, she said, I came up here with Puff. I want to run away. I'm afraid of mountain lions. Mountain lions? I'm not saying they are scary, but if you were kidnapped by a gun, no. He goes on to say then, she, meaning Capricorn Clark, doesn't want to say, I went there by my own volition. I'm not saying Sean Combs didn't go there. He wanted to fight him, fine. Mother effer. Combs is not a coward. He's ready to fight. At the risk of being sexist, they are men. They fight. And here's the last update for now that I have for you. We're going to have a good old-fashioned 8 a.m. Hollywood Hills John Wayne fight. The Porsche, not his style. There's no evidence. Who else would do it? No evidence. Burning a car is cowardice. Be a man and fight him. Okay, I think he's going in guns a-blazing, Aaliyah. What are you thinking about this? Because, of course, this was a huge topic of conversation. You know, initially some people were thinking, okay, maybe the arson allegations and the kidnapping allegations were dropped. But, I mean, if we read, you know, the paperwork, it was attempted kidnapping, attempted arson. So, of course, the government yesterday touched on those things, you know, arson and kidnapping. And now this is Agnifilo talking about both those things. What are your thoughts with that update, Aaliyah?
Okay, let's begin at the beginning. Diddy couldn't have bombed Kid Cudi because we're men and we don't bomb, we fight. We know that you fight. I think the prosecution is going to have a field day with that. Oh, you're a man and you fight? Like you drug Cassie down the Intercontinental hallway? Like you kicked her? Like you hit her over the head with a frying pan? Like that type of fighting that you do? Diddy, I think that was at the risk of sounding sexist. There are also women on the panel that like might be like, well, where were we going with this, right? I think, again, we've said time and time again, they have to put something forth. I don't know how beneficial that was, right? I think the defense is saying, yeah, he was there, but he wasn't there to blow up the car. He was there to fight. Well, that's still supporting the argument of why are you fighting Kid Cudi? You're fighting Kid Cudi because Kid Cudi was in a relationship with Cassie and you wanted Cassie and you controlled Cassie. So the answer was no. And that then again supports the argument of persuasion with the, use of force and duress that we're talking about regarding the sex trafficking.
I tend to agree with almost everything you're saying there, Aaliyah, because there's a lot to unpack. And I don't know, I'm going to ask you this one, Will. Do you think he's digging himself a hole here? Because we've talked about this modern day love story, which to your point could be offensive to people. Then we have this thing where he says, at the risk of being sexist, you know, men fight. What are your thoughts on what he just said in closings?
I mean, I can't say it any better than Aaliyah did, but I'm gonna try to buttress what she said to some extent. As a defense attorney, as any attorney giving a closing argument, defense or otherwise, the last thing you want to do is accidentally alienate a juror, because these jurors are the ones who are deciding the guilt or innocence of your client, or whether or not prosecution, the guilt or innocence of the defendant. And so to risk alienating a juror who may have had a domestic violence incident in their past, or a friend with a domestic violence incident in their past, or who may all of a sudden take offense. I mean, if you're going to get up in front of a jury and say, I hope no one takes offense to this, that's a giant red flag that, hey, somebody might. And that's problematic. I'm a little surprised by this. Now, what would be interesting is we know that yesterday during the prosecution's closing argument, it was very methodical. They had a lot to get through. There was a lot of reading. Whether or not they are going to be able to pivot and be as emotional in response to defense counsel's argument as defense counsel has been to theirs, because that would be a home run for the prosecution. If they can pivot and go from reading the cold hard facts to now actually feeling some emotion on behalf of the alleged victims in this case and convey that to the jury, it's a guilty across the board if they're able to pull that off.
And I do wonder if that's what it's going to be, you know, kind of a slow burn. Yesterday, the government went through and it basically was a list of, okay, this year this happened and here's what you heard from this witness and laid everything out. And I'm sure it was a lot to digest. But then if they have the defense with Mark Agnifilo potentially slamming his fist, as we keep saying, and saying things like the modern love story and potentially sexist things, then if you come in, guns ablazing with the government for their rebuttal, I think you're right. I mean, that's the last thing that is going to be in jurors' minds. So I'll be interested to see what happens there. And by the way, we do continue to see your guys' questions, the live stream viewers. And so I have another one. This is from JAM 1035. He says, Sierra, giving the impending civil lawsuits accusing Combs of sexual assault against children or minor youth, could the feds or state bring class action lawsuits rather? How would they best proceed? And Aaliyah, I'm going to send this one over to you.
Yeah, BT, you're right. Cassie has to relive this nightmare repeatedly over and over. She's probably going through nightmares, probably waking up just and think about it. She lived it, and it's all over social media. She's going through the trial. Oh my God. And she just had a baby. So, hormones are all over the place. All we can do is pray for that mom and baby. Just pray for them.
Go before the court and say, hey, we have a certified class in this specific situation against Sean Combs. And then they would have to present.
Hi, Kimberly Young. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming into the live.
Evidence in order to be certified as a class action lawsuit from a civil standpoint. As far as the fact that there were minors that were potentially mentioned that were not, sometimes that is a strategy standpoint to not bring minors in. It's also possible these children who have parents who would not allow them to testify, right? They are minors, which means they have a guardian or a parent that can say, hey, no, we're not putting our child through this. And in that case, you can't subpoena a child, right? You can subpoena a grown-up, but you can't subpoena a kid. So in that case, maybe there was a situation where they weren't able to do enough vetting to build the case for the minor specifically.
We do have another viewer question too. This is from Kelly B's 6578. And she says, what's the maximum, a number, if a judge decided to make them consecutive? You said decades. Is that 30 years or 60 years? And thank you for asking. This is a really good question. And I think it's pretty straightforward. Could be life. Could be the rest of his life, all of it, if he's found guilty, especially if the rack is hearing. What do you think, Will? And this is down the line, obviously, if there's any sort of conviction in this, when it came time for sentencing, I mean, are we thinking consecutive, concurrent? And again, this is all speculation because there hasn't been any sort of verdict. We don't know if it's mixed or a full sweep or what it is, but what does it tend to generally lean toward?
I mean, we're really trying to use our ESP powers and read tea leaves here, and that's very, very difficult to do. If I were going to guess, and it is literally just a guess, I would imagine that there would be a sentence of around 20 years. And I'm not quite pulling that out of thin air, but I'm pretty close. And as we talked about before, Combs is 55, and respectfully, that's not that old. But nevertheless, for him to spend any time incarcerated, for anyone to spend any time incarcerated is dramatic and can be terrible. But I would imagine that we're probably talking about a 20-year sentence, give or take.
To your point, that is all speculation right now. I mean, there has not been any sort of deliberations even. In fact, we're still in the closing arguments right now from the defense. And we do have some more updates from court. This is Mark Agnifilo once again. He's the one who's presenting the closings for the defense. He's still talking about the situation with Kid Cudi, Capricorn Clark, an alleged kidnapping, and then, of course, the alleged arson. Here's what he says. What's in the car? Molotov cocktail. Why not show you the glove? I'm suggesting something? Yes. The investigation stunk. It's terrible. 2 fingerprints. What happened? Well, I don't know. You're going to determine his fate on arson, on this. And again, he's talking about all of the situations that the investigation after Kid Cudi, reported this and spoke with police. And then there's that glove, the driving glove that was there. Agnifilo went on to say the DNA was consistent with a female contributor. That witness was not helpful. If it had come back consistent with Combs, they would have bragged about it. Investigator Jimenez never followed up. He tried to find Cassie. He said Jimenez said Capricorn's brother obstructed him. They fought. I'm not saying Capricorn did it or Cassie did it. We're not here to solve the world's problems. Cassie's father didn't call him back. The witness was mad. Draw your own conclusions. Wow. Okay. So he says he's not here to solve the world's problems, and he's bringing up Cassie and Capricorn. This is fiery to me. Aaliyah, what are you thinking?
Remember how back in the day we had, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit? Remember that? Yeah, we remember that, right? So in this instance, right, the same argument we're trying to make now. I'm not going to say that I think OJ did it. OJ did go off and then write a book and say, if I did it, here's how I did it, right? Take that what you may. But the arguments that he's trying to make here is, hey, look, the DNA wasn't a match, so it couldn't have happened. That also speaks to the RICO charge. Why would Sean Combs go and do it? Now, I'm not saying Sean Combs.
Nikki, you know, I was thinking when you asked, you said this is an interesting trial. As soon as I saw that, the first thing popped in my mind was OJ trial. This is like another OJ trial. And she just said OJ. It is. This is crazy. This is crazy. And I think the defense is grabbing at anything. To me, is their defense is not making any sense. They're not making any sense. I think when you panic, I think they're panicking inside because you don't say no to Diddy. He complimented the judge, okay, by saying you're doing a great job, and he's probably pissed with them by his body language, I guess we could tell, with his defense team. So they're probably in the back of their head thinking about he probably went off on them, probably somewhere where nobody can see or hear and everything. And they're thinking about that and not making good sense for the closing arguments. Oh my God. Okay.
Did it. I'm saying that someone in Sean Combs' camp did it. That's the argument that the prosecution is going to make. And then I saw how they were trying to say that, oh, the investigation specifically, they didn't do a good job of following up, et cetera, et cetera. And that's fair, which is why Kid Cudi was brought into the court to testify. Right. I think that with CSI and with all of our crime shows, we always want to know the DNA. We always want to know the DNA. But we also have to remember that a witness, a person who has experienced or been a victim of a crime, their testimony is the evidence, right? There might not be fingerprints or blood or glass or anything, but I, as the victim, standing up in court and saying what happened to me, that is evidence. And that is why we have this issue with credibility when we have actual victims testifying or witness testimony.
It's so funny that all roads seem to go back to a glove. I love the comparison you made there with OJ, and now, of course, we have the driving glove in this case. I think it's interesting to bring up, and I liked your point, Aaliyah, when you were talking about the investigation, because many of us watch these shows, you know, Criminal Minds. I used to binge that with my roommate Nicole in college. We love it, and yet it's not the same in real life. Will, I'm going to toss it to you for the next question here, and my question is, we're waiting for that rebuttal. We're hearing a lot from Agnifilo. Fiery, I didn't mean to say that as a pun as we're talking about arson. It just kind of came out, but hey, there it is. So we're hearing a lot from Agnifilo. What are we thinking are the points that the prosecution is going to touch on during rebuttal?
I think what the prosecution is going to hone in on is everything you just heard from defense counsel doesn't matter, because what they're trying to do is they are trying to distract you. You know, it's sort of the magician where they're waving their hands around so you're not watching exactly what's going on. And that's what it is, because at the end of the day, regardless of whether or not the glove fits or the glove doesn't fit, it almost doesn't matter. Because as Aaliyah said a minute ago, what really matters is who is doing this and who are they doing it, the direction, whose direction. So it doesn't matter if Sean Combs' DNA isn't on the glove. It doesn't matter if it was a woman. It doesn't matter if it was a man. It doesn't matter if it was whoever or whatever. The fact of the matter is that if we can show that Combs was directing it, that's all we need to prove. We don't need to show that Combs was literally the one who was calling prostitutes and saying, will you please fly to LA? Will you please fly to Atlanta? Will you please fly to Ibiza? We just need to show that someone was doing it at Combs's behalf. We don't need to show that Combs was day after day beating up Cassie Ventura, beating up Jane, beating up Mia, in order for you to know or for you to believe that there was such an atmosphere of coercion and fear and threats and intimidation that these women would do anything he said. That's what they're going to say. They're going to say, don't be distracted by the show that defense counsel is putting on for you, because what you really need to do is drill down in the details. And the details are, this guy, Sean Combs, was orchestrating this entire thing. The proof is from the witnesses themselves who said, as we talked about earlier, they went to an LA luxury high-rise and Sean Combs is there counting money to give to Garcia. The evidence is there. This awful video that we've seen over and over again where Sean Combs is brutally beating up Cassie Ventura. That's what this case is. Whether or not the glove fits is irrelevant. The fact that there was a glove, that's what matters here.
There was the glove. Does the glove fit? I don't know. Still a lot of questions, but I like what you said there, Will. I'm going to have one more update from court here. Again, happening right behind me. Mark Agnifilo is giving closings, and here's what he's saying. Here's an email, obviously an exhibit. Why is she calling him Sean Puffy Combs? For some later proof? Doesn't mention any car. Forget it. Let's turn to the London Hotel. If you want to go to someone's house, it's not a kidnapping. It's unfair. Cassie is public too. And of course, this is in reference to after Diddy allegedly stomped on Cassie's face. Then the alleged kidnapping is when he, again, I keep having to say allegedly, forced her to stay in this hotel and she didn't want to. Agnifilo says, remember, Cassie also didn't want the tape out. She had a movie coming out. Let's go back to what was said about the hotel staff maybe leaking the footage. And we're talking about Intercontinental Hotel now. They were worried about publicity, not a misdemeanor. Guess what happened? It was sold. And again, that infamous Intercontinental video. And I'm sure he's probably going to talk about Eddie Garcia and the alleged bribery there, the payoff.
Y'all don't forget, not the video just was sold, but remember when the security came up and was talking to Sean and Cassie. Remember that video? Remember that the security came up and he tried to offer the man money at the time. I don't know whether it was inside the room or outside the room, but the man, the security, wouldn't take it. He was trying to pay him off to be quiet, to leave us alone. You know, just saying.
The money machine that was counting cash. I mean, a lot ahead in closings. We're about to wrap up for this part of our live coverage, though, and I have to say a huge thank you to both of our guests who've been on with us for 2 hours, Will Corman and Aaliyah Roberts. Thank you both for staying on with us today and giving us amazing insight into what's happening. Before we log off, I've got to say we're going to be here all day, you guys. So even if you're looking at just the stagnant view of the courthouse, we will be coming back after this. Jesse Weber is going to be on, I believe, at noon. I'll be back, and then later on, Anjanette Levy will be on again at 3, and I'll be here throughout all of it. Our girl Elizabeth Milner will come back and tell us what it was like. Was Agnifilo really stomping his hands on the table? We'll wait and see. And also, by the way, we have an amazing podcast for you guys to follow the Diddy live coverage. It's now the 2nd season of Law&Crime's podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, which is hosted by our guy, Jesse Weber. It is back June 17th, exclusively on Wondery. The trailer just dropped, and you can find it right now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or really wherever you get your podcasts. So subscribe now to be the first to know when we drop big episodes. Jesse and his guests will be breaking down each day of testimony narrative featuring incredible reports from our very own Queen Elizabeth Milner and some of your...
Make sure y'all take a picture, a snapshot of that. I am going to watch that. And I think it would be, I think you all would like it too. The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial. Oh, I can't wait to see it. Okay. So let me go ahead and bring it back.
Your favorites, Law&Crime analysts and experts like Natalie Whittingham-Burrell, Dave Ehrenberg, and of course, our girl Safa Robinson-Ferrer.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs. Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
Okay, guys, they're back in front of the courthouse. They're back in front of the courthouse. Right now, it is 2 o'clock, 2:01 right now. And Nikki, let me see what Nikki said. Thank you, Nikki. That is my Pink Global is my second channel. Thank you for recognizing that. Thank you so much. And y'all make sure you go over to Pink Global. Let me just show it to you. That's my second channel. I'm trying to get it monetized. Okay. But this is Pink Global. All right. So go over there if you have not subscribed to Pink Global. And please watch a video and hit the like button. And when you do go over there and subscribe, let me know that you just subscribed, okay? I think, let me give you an idea of what I am on Pink Global. This is last night on Pink Global. Last night on Pink Global, you know, I have to get 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, right? As of last night, I needed, let me see, 239 subscribers in order to get monetized. 239 subscribers. I'm still, I'm very close to my watch hours. Anyway, but I'm short 239 subscribers to get that monetized. So if y'all can help out the housewife here by going over there, hitting that subscribe button and everything. Remember, it costs nothing. It's free. Okay. Let me. Ooh. Okay. Now they're on break right now, but I do have this. I think you would be interested in hearing this, and I will be keeping my eyes on. So when they do come back from break, all right. So let me just do this right quick, guys. I'm trying to keep up with what's going on. Let me see. Is that it? Oh, let me bring it down. Okay. Here we are. This, I want y'all to see this. Wait. This is from KCAL News. This is Harvey, you know, TMZ, discussed the final arguments in the Sean Diddy trial. Now, everybody loves TMZ. You know, TMZ say something, you take notice. You can bank on it. Okay? But we're getting ready to watch this right quick. And I really want to see it myself. And I haven't seen it. So, of course, I want to see it.
Prosecution spent nearly 5 hours giving its closing arguments in the Sean Combs trial. U.S. Attorney Christy Slavic portrayed Combs as the leader of a criminal enterprise. The prosecution spent nearly 5 hours giving its closing arguments in the Sean Combs trial. U.S. Attorney Christy Slavic portrayed Combs as the leader of a criminal enterprise who engaged in prostitution and racketeering. Her theme was Combs doesn't take no for an answer. Well, today, the defense gets its turn.
Harvey Levin from TMZ joining us now with what we can expect from the defense this morning. Harvey, thank you so much for being with us.
My pleasure.
You, of course, are a lawyer.
KCBS is home for me still.
Oh, wonderful.
We know
Well,
that.
we're glad to have you back this morning. You, of course, are a lawyer. Oh, my goodness, this case, there's been so much to watch. So the prosecution needed to show that Combs coerced these women into freak-offs and that he was running a criminal enterprise. Did they do that?
Well, they told his story. So this is what's so important. Closing arguments are make or break in cases like this. That when you look at the weeks of testimony from prosecutors, you know, one day somebody's talking about racketeering and blowing up cars. The next day they're talking about a freak off. And it's all this kind of disparate testimony. And nobody's putting it together while you're listening to all of it, while the jury's listening to all of it. Closing argument is when prosecutors tell the jury a story. Here is the story of Sean Combs. Here is the story of Sean Combs coercing, forcing Jane and Cassie, the two alleged victims, into having these freak-offs, into cajoling them, threatening to release video of these freak-offs unless they continue to do it, stopping payment of their rent and other expenses if they don't have freak-offs, using his people to help accomplish that. So that's what they were doing when it came to the sex trafficking issue. On the racketeering issue, what they said was this. They said, look, Diddy was almost like the king of the castle, and he was telling all of his servants to go out and commit crimes on his behalf to further his enterprise. And the crimes were varied. Blowing up Kid Cudi's car, they said, that he had his minions do that. Burglarizing Kid Cudi's home.
I am so glad that Harvey is saying that. I am so glad somebody is actually saying this, that he's using his employees to commit crimes. That's exactly what he's doing. Using his employees. And they already got up there. So I don't see why a lot of people don't get it. You know, using his employees.
Kidnapping his assistant and putting her in a warehouse, and on and on and on. And what they're saying is, under the law, all you have to do is find two of those things happen. For example, if you found that he did commit the arson and he did kidnap Cassandra, the assistant who was put in the warehouse, that's all you need is two of those crimes, and you can prove racketeering. So they tried to package this, and that's what they did yesterday. So today, I think you're going to hear a very different story based on the same set of facts.
Yeah, Harvey, speaking of that, of course, today is the defense's turn. They'll be giving their closing this morning. During the trial, we know the team didn't put up any witnesses. We know that Combs also chose not to testify himself. What does Combs' lawyers need to say to plant reasonable doubt?
Well, what they're going to say is this, a couple of things. One, as to the freak-offs and coercing and everything else, they're going to say, you got to look at this. Cassie had an 11-year relationship with Diddy. She could have left at any time. And in fact, there were times when she did leave, but she came back. There were many instances where Cassie was rhapsodizing about these freak-offs, saying in text messages, I can't wait for another freak-off. And it doesn't sound like somebody who was forced into them. They're going to say the same thing about Jane. When it comes to racketeering, they're going to say, look, Diddy is a terrible guy. And he did some terrible things, not the least of which is beating Cassie viciously at the Intercontinental Hotel in Century City in 2016. But he's not a racketeer, and he's not even being charged for that crime. That's a state crime, and the statute of limitations is run. They're going to say that this is a crazy, jealous, maybe even criminal ex-boyfriend, but that's not why he's being tried in federal court. He's being tried for racketeering, and this is not organized crime, it's disorganized crime. And I think they're going to end with this. They are probably going to say that when you look at this case, it is bedroom police, that they have gone inside Diddy's bedroom and they are trying him for kinky sex. And the support of that is, why did the prosecution make such a big deal of baby oil and all the other accoutrements? That those things are not illegal, but they're salacious. And they're going to argue that this is the federal government going into people's bedrooms, and they'll ask the jury to reject that.
Yeah, part of this is why I think the public has been so attracted to this. Of course, it is Sean Diddy Combs, but there were so many wild details in this case. You've, of course, covered so many celebrity trials in your career. You mentioned your time here at KCBS, KCAL. Where does this rank in terms of public fascination?
Well, I mean, it's high in public fascination. What it doesn't have are cameras. And cameras make a huge difference in these cases, because it's one thing for me to talk to you about what happened in court, but you haven't seen it. You haven't heard it. You haven't seen the flesh and blood in the courtroom. And it makes a difference. I mean, recently Karen Reed attracted so much attention in no small part because of television cameras. And, I covered O.J. Simpson when I was at KCBS, and there's no doubt about it. The cameras elevated that into a national obsession. And even though Diddy is something that is riveting for people, it's just not the same because there are no cameras.
Very interesting. All right, Harvey, we appreciate you joining us so much this morning. Thank you for being with us.
My pleasure.
And you can catch Harvey Levin every day, Monday through Friday on Channel 11. TMZ airs live at 4 p.m. and TMZ is on at 7:30 p.m.
Hey, thank you for being with us. We are beginning this hour in New York. Closing arguments are underway in the sex trafficking trial for Sean Diddy Combs. The music mogul is accused of using his fame and fortune to run a criminal enterprise involving coercion, violence, and sex trafficking. And throughout the trial, jurors heard from several of Combs' former girlfriends who all testified they felt forced to engage in so-called freak-offs or hotel nights that would often last days. And right now, the federal government is delivering their closing to this jury, expected to last 4 hours. Let's go out now live on the ground to New York, where we find Court TV anchor Julie Grant, host of Opening Statements. Julie, tell us how these closings are going so far.
Julia, so far so good. Strong start for the federal government. And I do have some news to share that right before the judge had the closing arguments begin, he said, let's let everybody know what this schedule is looking like. Today, it's going to be all the federal government delivering their closing arguments. And then tomorrow is the scheduled day for the defense and more from the federal government. They are going to do what's called a rebuttal. So then after the defense attorneys deliver their close, and Julia, as you know, each side gets up to 4 hours to do it, then the government will get up and present again. So the judge noted that today will be a shorter day for this jury. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. And at this point, it's hard to tell when the jury will receive instructions and when they get the case. But in terms of the government's start today, Julia, I have to tell you, they are doing exactly what they need to do in simplifying this case. This federal prosecutor is up there going through element by element, helping these charges that can be kind of daunting to hear about and read about, making it so simple for this jury. There's a PowerPoint presentation where she gives the definition of all of the crimes that are being alleged against Sean Combs, and then she's going through all the specific facts of the case to substantiate those crimes. And while she's doing it, Julia, Diddy looks confident. Watching him closely, when he walked in the courtroom, you can see he's wearing a really, really light gray sweater, and I have to tell you, it matches his hair at this point. His hair is not black anymore. It is gray, almost white. He has a little bit of facial hair on his chin. He walked in with that sweater, as he normally does, and the tan pants, and he went and sat down by his attorneys. And then when everyone was on their feet for the jury, or before that, excuse me, let me back up a second. Before he sat down, I saw as he was making the bend around counsel table, he looked back at the gallery, and the gallery is filled with members of his family. His mother is there, his children are there, and he looked back at the members of the gallery, and then I saw him put his fist right in the middle of his chest, like kind of brought his fist to his chest, almost to signal something like, you're with me or I'm with you. It was a signal of love and support, certainly to the members of his family who are sitting just rows behind him. So then after they got started and he got seated next to his attorney, Brian Steele, we saw him back up his chair and extend his legs and lean back, and he has his arms folded in front of him. Julia, he looks very, very comfortable and very relaxed. And these are not circumstances, as you know, that are ones to relax in. His life is on the line, his life in jeopardy.
Oh, that's fascinating to hear your take on that, Julie, being there inside the courtroom, because just this morning on Opening Statements, you were discussing his body language, and we were going based on the AI-generated transcripts of how he sounded, and now it sounds like he is looking the same way that he sounded, even in the words that were spoken yesterday when he was interacting with the judge. So in talking again about the closing from the prosecution, I know the opening statement went a certain way where they kind of introduced the jury to Sean Diddy Combs. Are they taking them through that world of his and maybe explaining to them that it's, again, very different from a world that they live in, but this is what was going on behind those closed doors now that they've seen all of the evidence?
Yes, they are, Julia. They're trying to negate what the defense is trying to say here, that this is about Diddy's sex life, his private life, his proclivities that may not be for everyone, and that there was consent involved with all of these individuals who were involved in these freak-offs or hotel nights. The government is fighting back hard on that, saying no. These were federal crimes that were committed. What he did in his private life broke federal law. They're making that incredibly clear. And I think that's what's so key, because both things can be true. Yes, it's true that he led a very wild private life full of sex, full of these freak-offs with these strange men who were made to have sexual relations with the women in his life that he was in relationships with. Cassie Ventura, who started as his artist, and then the woman who became known as Jane, pseudonym Jane, throughout this trial, his girlfriend until present day. And the government is going through the charges and the predicate acts. Julia, something else that I know it stunned me when I came into court today because of all of the reporting that was being done yesterday. Remember how the news that was swirling was that charges were dropped. And we know at Court TV no charges were ever dropped. They were predicate acts that were simplified in the jury instructions. What the federal government was asking the judge to instruct the jury on. It seemed, based on the reporting we had yesterday, that the government may be backing off the Kid Cudi arson. They may be backing off the Capricorn Clark kidnapping. I can tell you this morning, no, that is not the case. They are including those things in the predicate acts. So they may not be part of what the judge recites to the jury, that they may not be a focus of the jury instructions, but Julia, I will tell you, they are a major part of this case. In fact, some of the first couple things the attorney was arguing had to deal with the Kid Cudi arson and the kidnapping of Diddy's assistant Capricorn Clark. So they have laid out 8 predicate crimes overall, 8 of those racketeering activities that go under the big umbrella of the racketeering conspiracy. In addition to those 2 that I mentioned, we've got drug distribution, bribery, sex trafficking, transportation to commit prostitution, forced labor, and witness tampering and obstruction. Julia.
I'm so glad you clarified that in terms of what we were learning yesterday and what we know today. There's a gag order with the attorney, so they can't share exactly what's going on, but we do understand now that there was attempted arson and arson. They took the attempted off, and it sounds like they are still talking about the arson and the kidnapping inside of that courtroom, but no longer going to focus on the attempted side of it, just to make things easier for this jury, because as you just read, it sounds like there is a lot. Julie, anything else you want to say before we let you go back to court? Anything about the mood there or the people who are there on this very important day of the trial?
Sure, Julia. Yes, it is packed. As you can imagine, you've covered major high-profile trials before. There's just as much action going on outside as there is inside. So overnight, people were waiting late last night, in the overnight hours into early this morning, to try to get a seat in the courtroom, one of those coveted seats. There's a line for media, there's a line for members of the public. We tried very hard to get into the courtroom. We may still at some point today, we'll see, we're on a waiting list. But we were able to go into an overflow room today. There are now 3 overflow rooms, Julia, where they have televisions that are filming everything in the courtroom, and members of the media or public can go into those rooms and watch. And the rules of court still apply. Everyone has to be quiet and maintain that courtroom decorum that's necessary. Outside, there's a huge media row where I'm sitting right now. We're in a tent, and there are several other tents that line most of the street, this whole block. And then across the way, right in front of the courthouse, you see lots of people who are content creators, YouTubers, and whatnot, using their cell phones and selfie sticks and making videos and such. So lots of action, lots of passersby. This is in a busy area of Lower Manhattan. Lots of people who are coming up to us saying, "What's going on? Why are you here?" As soon as we say the Diddy trial, it's, "Oh yes, I figured." That's just about the answer everybody gives.
Sorry, that video was over. Okay. So that was, I enjoyed that video. I really did. That gave you some more insight from a different perspective. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just trying to get rid of that one. Okay. Right now, they're just, we're just outside the courtroom. Is just outside the courtroom. That's, and you can, I just unmuted it. There's nobody talking right now. So let me just speed it up and see. Because at one point, remember, we was a little behind anyway. Okay. So I did speed it, I refreshed it. They're still just outside the courtroom. They got the mics set up. So hopefully, I guess they're just in case if somebody want to come out and say something. Who knows? Who knows? But while they're outside the courtroom, I keep an eye on that. Like I said, it is 2:20 right now. And I'm not going to be very long myself because I'm not going to stay past 3 o'clock their time. Okay, because, okay, let's see what's going on. Okay, let me just do it like this. When it comes back, we'll be ready for it. Okay. That's the New York noise that you hear. Trying to make sure there's nothing getting ready to go on. Okay, I'm going to mute it for now. But if something happens, we'll be ready for it. Okay, guys? All the security or police officers or whoever they are, they're coming back in place. Okay. Let's go ahead and go over this here. Let me see. This is from the Washington Post. I'm going to see what have they posted lately. Let me see. This is 2 minutes ago from this post here. It says Diddy Combs, lead defense attorney, sometime bellowed as he delivered a free-wheeling closing speech to the jurors on Friday. That's Mark that they're talking about. Called the prosecution star witness Cassie, Cassandra Ventura, a beautiful woman who loved sex. Oh my God. Did he really say that? He said Cassie loved with an ED on it, sex. I'm quite sure he's trying to say that's why, in my opinion, you had all those sex slaves and porn stars and everybody else and Diddy. She couldn't get enough. That's what he's alluding to. And I think that's just nasty what he's saying. He's just being nasty today. I think he's just being angry today. So I don't like that at all. Let me see where I just left off in that. And he framed the couple's toxic and abusive relationship as a great modern love story. That's what they was talking about in that video. Okay, a love story. Okay. The speech is expected to last for much of the day as Combs' team makes a final push to convince a jury that he should not be convicted of XEX trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution, and racketeering conspiracy, charges that could put him in prison for life. Okay? For life. The assistant U.S. attorney, Christy Savick, spent nearly 5 hours delivering the prosecution closing arguments on Thursday, attempting to summarize weeks of sprawling testimony from Combs' former girlfriends, former employees, and others. Her theme, he doesn't take no for an answer. And we already know that right now. Wait now. Who is these people coming out? I don't know. I don't think they're part of Diddy's team. If they are, if y'all recognize any of them, and if you think they are, let me know in the chat. I don't think they are, but who knows? Okay? I wouldn't, because, I don't know their faces unless. Oh, well, I do have their pictures. Let me just bring it up. I do have pictures of them. His team. There it is right there. You got Mark on the left, Tenny, Alexander, Brian Steele, Xavier Donaldson. Oh, Mark, that's his main attorney. That's the one that he had in the very beginning, when he was trying to get out on bail. So he had him for a while, ever since then. But the rest of them are all new part of his team. These are the new people of his team. Xavier, Jason, Anna, and Linda. So these are the new people, new attorneys on the team. Okay, so he got a lot of attorneys. He got 8 here. 8 attorneys. Oh my gosh. I guess, I don't know why he got so many. But you got all these high-powered, very intelligent, smart, the best at what they do. And I guess your life is in their hands because they're doing this closing argument today. And then hopefully this goes to the jury on Monday after this weekend is over. And then if it goes to the jury on Monday, we're not sure whether this is going to be over by Tuesday. Who knows? Or it may be over on Monday. It could be Tuesday. We don't know. But I know a lot of times the jury don't like holidays, and they don't like when they're given something on a Friday or a Thursday. They don't like hanging around, spending another weekend or a holiday or anything like that. Being locked up, not locked up in jail or anything. That's just a term I'm using. Trying to make a decision on guilty or not guilty or something like that. So a holiday tends to push them. We got to get this stuff over because I got to go. It could be Christmas, or it could be a time when you go spend with the whole family. Thanksgiving. It could be. They don't want to miss that. They don't want to miss big major holidays, even if it's a small holiday. Now, the 4th, July 4th is not a small holiday. A lot of people, that's a time most people welcome in the summer. It's like, hello, summer. Everybody want to get together on that major holiday, do the fireworks, have fun, barbecue with their family, everybody coming. Sometimes family are coming in way out of town. And a lot of people look at it Sorry guys, my voice is trying to go away. Some people look at it as like a little short family reunion. They don't want to spend time being trying to make a decision over the weekend or during a holiday. They're ready to go. So I'm thinking this is probably going to go fast. Just my opinion. And if y'all have another opinion, just let me know in the chat. All right. Let's see what, not much is going on. So let me go back to, oh, it got 2 updates. I just got something that just told me just now in 2 updates, guys. So let me give them to you. This is turning to the second alleged victim in Sean Combs' sex trafficking case, a single mother who testified under the name Jane, a pseudonym Jane. The defense tried to portray Combs as a supportive influence in her life. Supportive influence in her life. Jane? I'm trying to wrap my brain around that one. How can you paint him as supportive influence just because he's paying her rent? Is that what they're trying to say? Because we're paying her rent. I'm paying her rent. But you're making her do all these things and threatening and everything. So I don't know. They're trying to make it sound good, I guess. Okay. This is still coming from the defense. Argued that Jane had a pretty bad deal when it comes to child support, and that she probably deserved more money from the father. In contrast, his attorney, one of his attorneys, held Combs up as an example of a man committed to doing right by Jane and her child, wiring her money and paying the rent on her home. Okay. So they want to say Combs was doing right by Jane and her child. Okay. Hi, Linda. Linda is speaking to Impetitious. And I heard that a juror is a fan of the Diddler. Oh my God, you are kidding. You are kidding. Is a fan of the Diddler. Now we got a lot of the jury is all educated, older people, except for one is young. You know what I'm saying? There's one young person in that crowd. So I don't know. I'm not saying she's the fan or anything. Omar officially Black Titanic. Guys, this is Black Titanic's new channel. Y'all make sure y'all get over there and show her some love. Make sure y'all, and it's actually, if you just type it in the way it is, and she put it in the chat, but even if you can't find it that way, you can actually type in Black Titanic and you'll see, and you click on it, and it'll take you to a new channel if you can't remember after this, okay? But just take a little snapshot of it or write it down so you won't forget. Go over there and show her some love. She needs to get to 1,000 subscribers, and she needs 4,000 watch hours, guys. So go over there, show her some love, and watch a video. That's how you get the watch hours. Watch a long video or like a live. And even if you can't, like I tell people when you do me, and then don't forget about my second channel as well, Pink Global. Let me tell you the best way to do that is put it on a live video. You find the longest one, and you can mute your phone, and especially when you're not using your phone. Just if you're watching TV or you're cleaning your house or washing clothes, just put it on a long video and put it to the side. and just let it play. But don't forget to hit the like button and then put a comment in it. If you just subscribe to the channel, just put new subscriber watching the video or something like that. And that way she'll know that you're supporting the channel. Okay. Thanks, Pinkie, for your dedication to educate the public on Diddy. You're welcome, BT. Linda, a reliable CC that is just their a reliable CC that is there. Okay, somebody's already there and just reported it on it a few minutes ago. Okay, this is somebody already at the trial. Okay, this is a content creator. Okay, thank you, Linda. Thank you so much. So y'all heard what Linda just said right here. She heard that a juror, somebody in the box. I call it the box because they sitting in a square box. Okay, is a fan of the diddler. I wonder why they saying that now. Do they want to try to give the defense another chance to say they want to dismiss the trial? Just shooting for another dismissal? Well, I know why they do that. It's because then it's on record. So if they ever want to come back to retry the case, they got all these chances and times what they did ask for a dismiss. Okay, so let's also pick up because we left off with saying their defense team is saying that the diddler is very committed and doing the right thing by Jane and her child, by paying her rent and wiring her the money to pay her rent and everything else. Okay, so you know why he was doing that. Control. That's control. The narcissism in him, making him do all of that. It's just part of him. Doubt if he can ever get rid of that. I don't know, can people ever? You would have to ask, go to a psychiatrist or something. I don't know, because I'm not in the medical field. He picks up the ball for someone who seems to have dropped the ball with his own child. Now you're trying to bring this woman's baby daddy into this. Baby daddy ain't got nothing to do with Sean Diddy Combs. You trying to, I see what they're trying to do. Paint the baby daddy, James' baby daddy, as this is a bad guy. Look at Sean Diddy Combs. He's a good guy. He's very committed to taking care of her and her child, doing right for. But if you were so committed, how are you gonna get her hooked on drugs and everything else? She could become an alcoholic, hooked on alcohol, hooked on all kind of drugs, and then be running around like what I call the lean over, the bend over effect. That's what I call it, the bend over effect. Y'all know what fentanyl and everything else do for you. Got you bending over. Next thing you know, you be standing up, and then your head be down on the ground next to your feet. But you're still standing. You're walking like that. The bend over effect. You see it all the time in the streets of Pennsylvania, in the streets of California, and stuff like that. Chicago. Let me show you what I'm talking about. The bender. I really call this the bend over effect. And the reason why I'm going to show you this, because, and I can have it right in front of me so quickly, is because I've done a couple of videos on this, a lot of videos in there on my third channel, right? And I was planning on doing one last night, but I got too tired. So here it is. You see that? That's a person. That's a person bent over like that. My voice is See these people? What if she get hooked on some of this stuff and end up like that? You know what I'm saying? I don't say he's giving people fentanyl or anything like that, but she may want something stronger. Once you get hooked on one drug, you know what I'm saying? You never know. You never know how this may end up going. This is why I don't worship these celebrities. They worship them like Jesus. Yeah, I don't worship them either. Oh no, because their heads are already big. Freaky, freaky, freaky diddler. Yeah, he's a nasty freak, though. He's a nasty freak. Diddy ain't nothing but the nastiest freak you ever would see. That's just in my opinion, though. My voice is getting raspy and hoarse. So, yeah, it's about 20 minutes before 3 o'clock in New York. So, by then, we'll be, so we're going to end then. But until then, let me go ahead and finish up. So that's why, y'all, that's why I was so quickly and able to bring this picture up to you, because this is something I had was going to work on last night, but I guess I'll do it later on, because I do have an appointment today. I have an appointment today, so I'm going to take care of that too after I get off and eat first before I leave. But anyway, there's still the courthouse right now out front is a zombie land right now. You can see that. So we're going to go ahead back to this, where they comparing Diddy to baby daddy, James' baby daddy. But at least James, oh Lord, these people, okay? Let me see what else is new out of the box. Okay, let me see. Let me see if they said anything else. 15 minutes ago, let me show you. Mark, which is the defense, Mark, said his client, Sean Combs, is the only man in America being put on trial for making homemade pornography. Oh my God. They come up with the stuff that they come up. I don't understand. Like I said, they just throwing things to see what's going to stick. Probably some moldable Play-Doh. You know how Diddy always talking about how he could mold Cassie. Oh, they got that mold Play-Doh, and they're probably sticking it up on the wall in different shades and different colors, and saying, "Oh, let me try the purple one this time. Let me see what this is going to be." How Diddy is, we're going to compare him to baby daddy that don't do anything. I'm taking care of baby James' baby daddy's kid or whatever, and throw it on the wall. Oh, that didn't stick. Let me try another. He pays her rent. Oh, yeah, we already know that stuff. Okay, but Margaret's also saying that Diddy is the only man in America being put on trial for making homemade pornography. Oh my God. That didn't stick to me. I'm under the impression this is a popular thing nowadays. Did he really say that? This is a popular thing nowadays? The defense attorney, his closing arguments continue into Friday afternoon. Wait, now, did he really say that? This is a popular thing nowadays. Are you trying to say back then men did not do, there was no pimps back then? Or Hollywood men and in the music industry did not do this to women? But nowadays, women are coming up with these false, alleged, make-believe money grab, statements that, oh, he beat me. Oh, I got kidnapped. Oh, he helped me for 5 days in a warehouse. Oh, he made me call up some SEX porns guys and told them I'm gonna fly them in. Oh, I had to pay them. Oh, we did it for 3 to 4 days. And he forced me to do it. He never, no, he didn't force me to do it. Oh, I just don't remember. Oh, gosh, are you trying to say, like I said, I was trying to do a voice like them. Like, oh, gosh. Okay, he also said it was relevant that Cassie, who claims she was abused, at Brianna's XEX party with Combs and male escorts, kept videos of those freak-offs on at least one personal device. If y'all think she kept it, what device was it? At least one personal device was it? Where did she keep it at? He's urging the jury to watch the videos so they would see romantic, intimate scenes. Oh my, guys, I cannot take it. What did he say? He said romantic, intimate scenes. Okay, guys. Okay. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. But they trying to make it make sense. They trying to make it make sense. I don't know to who, but that's what they working on. Okay? We already know. We ain't falling for that. I know everybody in my chat ain't falling for none of this crap. But somebody is falling for it. Just like the woman that said, I need to bring her up. Whenever I need a laugh, just bring up this woman. Let me just find this woman. Whenever you need a laugh, you just bring her up. Okay? Just bring it up. I have to, guys, because right now, the courtroom, they're not doing nothing right outside. So we're going to bring her up so we can get a laugh. Okay? We're getting ready to get a laugh. Oh, did I just get rid of it? Okay, no, I didn't. Here it is. Okay, so since we're still waiting, courtroom, we can't do nothing until they come back. Okay? So we're getting ready to get a laugh. Here she goes. Now, this is what he means. Okay? So y'all gonna watch these videos. And you're gonna see, he's telling the jury, you're gonna see a romantic scene, intimate scenes with Cassie and the Diddler. Also, Cassie and Diddler was just hanging out, having a nice time. This was the escape as much as the physical intimacy. Okay, so we're getting ready to watch them. And this is just reported, let me just tell you how long ago. 21 minutes ago. Okay, so let's go ahead and have a laugh on somebody. Here we go. Y'all ready for it?
It's been happening frequently at the 333 Miami Avenue Federal Court building. Janet Correa's husband was detained this week. According to her immigration lawyer, he has already been placed on expedite removal. It's been happening frequently at the 333 Miami Avenue Federal Court building. Janet Correa's husband was detained this week. According to her immigration lawyer, he has already been placed on expedite removal.
I didn't. I told you guys, y'all need to have a laugh on something because what this man is saying don't make no sense. And then you know what she's claiming, right? You know what she's claiming.
I'm Hispanic and I vote for Mr. Trump. We vote for Mr. Trump. Yes, Mr. Trump. We love you. We love you. All the way to the White House.
Beyond betray. They used us. They actually.
That's what beyond the, wait now. Don't make no sense. Here it goes.
During the campaign, and I don't want to make this political, but during the campaign, the elected officials from the Republican Party, they actually told us that it was not going to touch the documented people.
I'm Hispanic and I vote for Mr. Trump. We vote for Mr. Trump.
Y'all see? Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled what the defense team is saying. Don't let them fool you. Hello, Nikki. Okay, you spoke to Nikki, your niece. Back to I tell you. So, guys, don't be fooled. This is what I call so funny. I like to see her.
I got deported because I voted for Donald Trump. Now everybody's getting deported because they voted for Donald Trump. Yes, they're getting deported, but they all voted for Donald Trump. I got
Oh, gosh. Y'all see? Don't be fooled what the defense is telling you. Y'all saw with your own eyes. Y'all could see, you heard with your own ears, okay? Don't let somebody fool you guys. Okay? I'm not saying nothing. Am I? Okay? But they still on, okay? But it's time for me to be going, guys, because I got to eat. I did eat a banana while I was sitting here. I was eating on a banana. But I do have to eat before I leave, okay? I got an appointment, so I do have to eat before I leave. And I will be right back. Me and hubby, I'm getting ready to say, hubby, okay? But thank you, guys. Whew. And I don't know. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss something before we leave out of here. Oh, wait now. I'm trying to see. I'm just trying to see if anything else. Only thing before I leave, they're just saying the defense team is saying Jane may now be regretting that she made a choice to join in Diddy's freak off. Freak offs with another man, because they said Jane. Jane normally call them hotel nights. So if that's what Cassie called them, is freak offs. Okay, but nevertheless, this is the defense lawyer Mark saying that. And he said, but you can't look at things like criminal conduct looking backwards. The lawyer pointed to a part of Jane's testimony where the synonym witness concealed she has second thoughts about participating in the events, which she was initially open to. He also argued that Diddy says her agreeing to it and had no reason to think she felt otherwise. Oh, he should have, because she kept telling him she wanted to have time with him. And then she kept telling him, she even had in text, she don't want to do this, but she have to do it because then you'll stop paying my rent. And then also, she said she thought that was a way to be close to him. She was doing this just to be close to him and everything. And she did tell him several times that she don't want to do this. So I don't know what he's talking about. I tell you, they trying to do anything that's going to make it stick. She was open to it in the very beginning because she thought it's something to do to make him happy, or it was something new. She didn't know it's going to be her job. She didn't know then he's going to do a switch and bait. Now this is your job. Oh no. And the paying your rent thing, that's control. Seemed like he was paying a lot of people's rent to control them. That's what people would do. Don't think we're crazy and don't understand how it works, okay? And she now resents him for it. Mm-hmm. And Mark is also saying from the defense team, regret is not the same as intent at the time. Man. Okay. It was fun. Fun. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Black Titanic. Guys, we're going to be pulling out of here. It is in a few minutes. It will be 3 o'clock in New York. It's 2:57 in New York right now. I just want to see a few minutes whether anybody going to walk out of that door and make a statement. That's what I want to see first before I leave. Because if somebody walk out of that door and make a statement and I miss it, I will be upset. But I'll get over it really quickly. I'll get over it, and then I'm going to post it on a video. Y'all know I got you. But yeah, that's the size of it right now. Let me just check something. Guys, y'all don't know, I check my analytics all the time. Yeah, let me see what it's saying right now. Okay, my analytics is saying okay, it's then 266 views, and y'all hit that like button for me. This is today. Oh Lord, I'm saying this is 6/27 live. Okay, but okay, so your analytics is normally different than because you're looking behind the scenes in a way. Thank you, Linda, so much. And let me see, Pinky, have a blessed weekend. Thank you, Linda. You have a good weekend too. Enjoy your weekend, guys, because we're is this people coming out or going in? It's hard to tell, guys. It's hard to tell. 1 minute to 3. So like I said, I'm going to give it a few minutes because I want to see who walks out of here, who walks out of the courtroom. Until then, I'm always checking to see whether any new updates. Let me just check. Okay, we got another new update. Let me see. This says, because I'll always refresh it just to make sure. This is 2 minutes ago, but let me see. 2 minutes ago. Okay. I'm just trying to see, is there anything? Oops. Oh, there he is. Let me get back to it.
You wanted to know when I'm jumping in. Well, I'm here.
3 o'clock.
Missed you guys. This is quite the day, right? We are continuing our coverage of the
It is 3 o'clock.
Sean Combs criminal case. Today is the day when the defense is delivering their closing argument after a really powerful closing argument from the prosecution yesterday. It's the defense's turn. And I got to tell you, they're checking all the boxes. They're doing everything that they need to do to try to raise reasonable doubt in this case with respect to racketeering conspiracy.
Guys, this is what you want to hear. It's 3 o'clock in New York right now. So they're coming with anything that we missed in between from when they went on a break. He's summarizing also the entire anything that happened from the morning to now. He's giving you a complete summary of what went on in the courthouse. And this is Jesse with Law&Crime. I love it. His show. Okay, here we go, guys.
Sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. We actually learned, by the way, that the jury, the judge said this, the jury is probably going to be provided jury instructions on Monday, and then they will deliberate. So it does not appear in any way that the jury is going to begin their deliberations today. And I tell you, if they have, an hour of jury instructions on Monday, I don't bet on anything, but I will say highly unlikely you're getting a verdict on Monday. Will we get a verdict before the holiday weekend? That becomes a question. But we got to break down what's happening in the closing arguments today. And by the way, any questions you have about today's testimony, today's closing argument about the case in general, what has been happening the last few weeks, submit them now. I have an all-star panel I'm going to be bringing in to answer any question you might have. But let's talk about this. So Mark Agnifilo, you see right there in the courtroom sketch, delivering the closing argument for the defense. Remember, this is the defense's last opportunity to present their case. This is the last time the jurors are going to hear from the defense. So what has he been saying? First thing he says, this is a case all about the text messages. Okay, despite what the prosecution's putting forward, it's about the text messages because obviously the text messages in this case, and the defense didn't even put on a case. Remember, when it was their turn, they just introduced a few more text messages for the jury to consider. The text messages, they would say, show consent. They show willing participation, that there might be ulterior motives for these alleged victims, and basically arguing this doesn't line up with the prosecution's case. This is about personal drug use. This is about a swinger lifestyle. This is essentially about cornering off or putting yellow crime scene tape over a bedroom. This is about a person's private sex life. That's what they were trying to say. And yet they're using RICO, one of the most serious statutes on the book, to try to get Sean Combs. And the way they started off was praising him for his businesses, giving people opportunities, pushing people hard. This is not necessarily forced labor. These are able, willing participants, that he's a self-made entrepreneur. And to highlight why this is not sex trafficking by either Cassie Ventura Fine or Jane, no one called 911. Instead, they called civil lawyers. This is about money. Cassie even said this was about domestic violence, not sex trafficking. It's all about love. Domestic violence is not a charge here. If it was, he would have pled guilty. And the idea here that there's no kidnapping, there's no bribery. These are some of the underlying predicate crimes for racketeering conspiracy. There's no criminal enterprise, which I'll get into for a second. But he focused, Mark Agnifilo, on each one of the alleged victims. So with respect to Cassie, this was a relationship built on love. that she was insanely jealous. How can you say you have all of these instances that might be consensual and then one is sex trafficking? That's a big jump. That you talk about the jealousy was spurned through Kim Porter. It was spurned through Gina. And I think this is important. He highlighted that Cassie ultimately left the relationship. She could always leave. That's the point. The reason it's not sex trafficking is she could always leave. What happened when she left? Nothing happened to her. He also talked about Kid Cudi, talked about there was not significant evidence tying Sean Combs to the alleged arson of Kid Cudi's car, talked about how Cassie is a woman who loves sex. She was the one who got a burner phone in this case. She was the one who had all these videos. Was it ever realistic that Sean Combs was going to be releasing sex tapes to blackmail her? So kind of raising reasonable doubt in that perspective. When you talk about Jane, really highlighting through text messages, Jane wanted all this to happen. She liked one of the sex workers. You know, Combs was doing the right thing. He was paying things for her. He's damned if he does. He's damned if he doesn't. He was trying to do the right thing by paying things for her. Basically said a lot of her stories don't make sense, striking at the credibility of Mia, this former personal assistant who says that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs because, you know, she stayed in touch. She wrote praising him in messages. They made the argument it was basically consensual what was happening to them. The argument against prostitution, which I've always said before, transportation to engage in prostitution feels like the most straightforward charge. You look at the Amex receipts, the travel records, the text messages, the audio messages from Sean Combs. It seems the argument would be he was paying for arranging the transport of men, don't even have to be sex workers, men, for the purposes of sex work. They made the argument, well, porn stars get paid. He probably thought this was legal. And then finally, going back to racketeering, the top charge carries up to life in prison. He's the only one charged here. No one said that they were part of a racketeering conspiracy or a racketeering enterprise. There is a gaping lack of evidence in this case. So, want to continue the conversation, want to talk all about it. Let me bring in my all-star panel. So, first of all, on the ground, we got Law&Crime's Sierra Gillespie. Sierra, hi. I'm going to wave to Sierra, who's outside right now. There she is. We also have with us trial attorney Oppie Patterson, and we also have with us former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. All-star panel. Great. Now, Sierra, I'm going to start with you. A, I'll ask you, what do you make of the closings from the defense so far? And B, I got to ask you, did you see this thing that came out that if anybody doesn't know it, Christian King Combs, right, the 27-year-old son of Sean Combs, the defendant, has apparently teamed up with Kanye West, who made an appearance. Remember earlier on in this trial, actually showed up at court to support Diddy. They're releasing new music. Including a song called Diddy Free. The timing of this, very interesting. So, Sierra, what do you make of the closing so far from the defense? And
what? Y'all hear that craziness? This Kanye West don't realize he Lord, I pray they don't put his daughter in that video. Oh Lord, please don't do that. Don't do that to that poor innocent child like you did last time. Oh my God.
What do you make of Diddy Free?
Diddy Free.
Well, Jesse, I love a two-part question, and you got it there. Two really important things from today. So I'll start with the former, which is closings from Mark Agnifilo. And honestly, I think that they're memorable, to say the very least. I mean, especially if we're comparing it to yesterday when we had AUSA Christy Slavic coming and by all accounts was very, methodical. She had her notes. And again, I'm not knocking her in any way. There's a lot of dates to remember, and she's giving basically a 4-hour speech to the jurors. But you've got that the jury goes home last night and maybe thinks about. And this morning, you've got Mark Agnifilo, Mark the Shark, who's coming in strong with the theatrics. Fireworks, I dare say. And, he's saying things like jokingly, where he's saying things like, oh, he likes some lube, lock him up, things like that. Or he's kind of maybe even crossing the line in a way, talking about the relationship between Cassie and Diddy, calling it a modern love story, when in opening statements we heard from Tenny Garagos calling this domestic violence in relation to the Intercontinental Hotel situation. I mean, so there's memorable things, I think, from this closing argument as far as the defense is going, and they're pulling out all the stops, right? Because it's their last chance to talk. So I think they're doing what they can, right? They're memorable. And then for the second part of this question, wow. Okay. So we know that Kanye likes to make a name for himself or likes to kind of ruffle feathers in a way. And we did report on it. I believe you talked about it on Sidebar, Jesse, and we reported on it on my show Scandal and here on Law&Crime that a while ago, Kanye had released this song called Lonely Roads. And not only did it feature his young daughter, Northwest, but a jailhouse recording of him talking to P. Diddy. So people, of course, are starting to talk. Then today we have Christian King Combs, that's his kind of name that he uses when he's doing music, King Combs, releases this song the day the defense is coming forward with their closing arguments called Free Diddy. And I actually listened to it. It is on Spotify, which, by the way, that Lonely Road song, really tricky to find on Spotify until today. I have to give a shout out to our technical director, Nick, who said it was on Spotify's homepage. So I took that and followed Spotify, and yeah, it's up, it's there. And I wrote down a couple of lyrics that I think are interesting. First of all, the name is Free Diddy. And then they say things like, N-words ain't gonna sleep till we see Diddy free, which I have to ask. He's going home to MDC tonight, and we're not gonna see him again until Monday. So is no one going to sleep over the weekend? I guess that's a question. And then, of course, they say things like, they try to play the victim. F the world, critics, and the witnesses. Face clean, they try to dirt the image. So, I mean, it makes sense to me that Christian Combs is coming out with this. Of course, he's supporting his dad. We've seen Diddy's entire family, which, by the way, all of his children are here, minus Love, the young toddler that he has. They've all been supportive of him really from the start. And so is Kanye. I mean, he's appeared here at this very courthouse behind me. So I'm not surprised that it came out, but I mean, they're making waves, to say the very least.
Oh, I think so.
Yes.
I think so, to say the least. By the way, was it a good song? Did it have a good beat?
I'll plead the fifth. I'll plead the fifth
right.
on that.
This is a big mistake, and I'm glad I didn't end this live right before 3 o'clock. This is new information, guys. This is new information, so y'all need to get out of the bushes so you can make sure. Call everybody and tell them new information. Get over here, some new information before the live is over.
Afi, have you heard it?
No, but I did my own little ditty. I posted it on my my Twitter X. I don't know what we call it, and it's amazing.
Well, there you go. Okay, well, let's talk about what's happening right now. So right now, and I think that this is actually smart on the part of the defense, they seem to be saving the very end of their closing argument to focus on why this is not racketeering conspiracy, the top charge in this case. Agnifilo says they didn't charge racketeering, they charged racketeering conspiracy. They need a co-conspirator, and they just don't have one. They claim KK, meaning Christina Quorum. The evidence at this trial shows KK is a helpful person. Kerry Morgan called KK and D-Rock. They are not co-conspirators. If John Gotti were kicking in your door, would you call Sammy the Bull Gravano? No, he's a co-conspirator. There is only one trial. KK is not a co-conspirator. KK is a very nice person. There is no evidence that anyone is a co-conspirator. Firearms are not charged. Homeland Security cannot say where the guns were. The Suge Knight story, it's not charged. Dawn Richard, remember her? Miss Westmoreland did the cross, not charged. Yesterday, the government said in the videos, you don't see guns, but he probably shouldn't keep videos with guns in them. Is that fair? That's a little sinister. Why are they doing that? And it was Cassie who asked to be urinated on. A lot of different things here. Okay, so Nima, what do you think? Where is your percentages on the racketeering charge after you heard what was presented yesterday from Christy Slavic talking about why there is a criminal conspiracy, how all the assistants and bodyguards were on board, laying out the different underlying predicate crimes versus what you're hearing from Mark Agnifilo? Where do you stand on the racketeering conspiracy, Nima?
Yeah, I'll give you my percentages. I'll even shoot my shot. So I think this case is going to come down entirely to racketeering because I think prostitution is in the bag. I don't buy the porn star argument. That's just a terrible argument. And I have concerns about sex trafficking. So racketeering is going to make or break this case because if it's just prostitution, Jesse, it's the most expensive prostitution trial in American history and a waste of time. So I would put my percentages as follows. Prostitution, 100%. I can't see any juror letting him walk on prostitution.
You can't say 100%. You can't say you got to give it 95, 90 because the juror, there could be a juror who's like, no, I'm good.
Okay, I'll give it 95%, 80% on racketeering, 20% on sex trafficking.
Okay.
Those are my confidence levels. So my prediction is prostitution, racketeering, guilty.
Okay.
Sex trafficking, not guilty or hung.
Let me go back to some questions we have coming in. So first of all, we got a question from Nancy Nicole D. Will you be here next week for Verdict Watch? Yes, I will be here for Verdict Watch. We are all, the Law&Crime team, going to be here for Verdict Watch. We're going to be doing extended coverage before, during, after the verdict as well. We got a question from Denise Rose, 7335. Hi, Jesse. So I just want to say that you and Elizabeth have been doing such a great job during this trial that both of you should take a very long deserved vacation when this trial is over. That's a great idea. I think that's a fantastic idea, right before Coburger, nonetheless. Okay, I'm going to throw this one to you, Afi. This is from Northern Sunset 1. Which charge do you think is the best chance of conviction after closing arguments?
I'm same with Nima, 95%. There you go on the prostitution charges. There's no doubt. Of course, you have to think about the jury. You can always have a holdout, but definitely the prostitution charges without question.
I'll throw in one more question, actually. This is from Ramden Things, I3W. Was the prosecution more convincing on Diddy's guilt, or was the defense stronger in closing arguments so far?
I think right now, how do I pronounce his name? Is it
We've been saying Mark Agnifilo.
Agnifilo. There we go. Okay, so I think Agnifilo's style is, very avuncular, very down to earth, and I think that's what you need with jurors. But I also don't really like some of the things he's saying. So, for example, he said that Cassie made the adult choice to leave. Let's keep in mind, she made the adult choice when she was actually an adult. Was it not an 11-year relationship? Originally, we're forgetting that this young girl, 19 years old, walked into a very dark situation where she was beaten and doing some really interesting and provocative sexual things at 19. Yes, and signing NDAs and very intimidated in a very grown-up world. But when she was an adult, yeah, she didn't make the very adult decision to leave. He asked things like, "Hey, can somebody can you pimp your girlfriend?" I'm using the word pimp, but can you prostitute your girlfriend? Maybe, but he didn't receive anything of economic value. You don't have to receive money. You have to receive some type of value. I think he's falling short in a couple of places. He tells us at one point, "Oh, Cassie lied. Oh, Capricorn Clark lied." And then in other places, he says, "You've got to believe Cassie. You've got to believe Capricorn when it's favorable to them." So I don't think I think he's doing a really good job talking to the jurors and meeting them where they are. And he's not being very formal. He's not using a lot of legalese, which is good. But I don't think that he's making the best case. I think that he's doing what a defense attorney does when they have nothing. They stand and they defend. And that's what he's doing. He's standing and he's giving you fantastic nothing.
Wow. Let me know what you really think about this. Afi.
There you go.
I'm gonna challenge a little bit on this because I'll make my point. By the way, great question, great comment from Smarty Pants 1225 super chat comment. Thank you so much, Jesse. Please don't leave us again. I'm never leaving you. I'm never leaving you. But we got a great team. I can't be on 8 hours a day. We got Sierra, we got Chris, we got Anjanette. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, Nima. Here's the thing. I think that the prosecution did something very smart yesterday. I think when they said, we're not saying every one of these episodes is sex trafficking. Nope. They can consent one time. They can consent 2 times, 3 times. Doesn't mean they consented all the time, right? And you only need one instance to say it's sex trafficking, whether it's Cassie 2016, the hotel tape, right? Whether it's the plane incident being shown freak offs, whether it's Jane, the violent incident, I think from June of 2024, take this pill, the text messages where she's showing reluctance. But at the end of the day, isn't the defense doing something here by saying this is a toxic domestic violence situation? This is a domestic violence crime. You would have pled guilty to it. But how do you transform this into racketeering? When Mark Agnifilo said, you're going to tell me that all of this was consensual, oh, but the one that wasn't, it jumps to sex trafficking? That felt to me like it stood out. No, Nima?
It did, and that's why the prosecution recognizes the challenges that they have, and that's why they sent the court the letter saying the following: you can revoke your consent. Paying the sex workers doesn't mean consent. You can look at the history and the totality of the control, right? The physical violence, the drugs, the financial control, the extortion of the sex tapes to say something's coercive. Look, the prosecution, these are the best prosecutors in the country in SDNY. They know that they have challenges and the sex trafficking is weak. That's why it's not what they said yesterday, it's when they said it. And that's why they led with racketeering. That's why they talked about the kidnapping. They talked about the arson. They talked about the drugs. Jesse, that's where they started. The drugs are the easiest argument. And they're trying to say it's personal use, it's not distribution. But look at all the drugs they found when they raided his home. So, you know, obviously the government is trying to shore up the trafficking and the sex trafficking and try to prop up their witnesses. But it's an uphill battle. But I think with racketeering, they have a much stronger argument.
So I think with racketeering, the stronger part of racketeering is the underlying crimes. If you say, you know, transportation to engage in prostitution, a form of a predicate crime for racketeering feels pretty strong. Bribery, Eddie Garcia, the hotel security guard, feels like a stronger one. Arson, Kid Cudi, who else would have blown up his car? I think that's what the prosecution has been trying to say. But the criminal conspiracy, the criminal enterprise, everybody on the same page, Mark Agnifilo raises a good point. Did we hear enough evidence of that? Now, I want to give everybody enough.
Everybody got a chance to answer a question, a viewer's question, and we got the latest information about, I'm glad we did not leave, about the video that Kanye West and one of his sons, that sings, whatever, is making new music. They got together, so they got a song out called Free Diddy. Okay, so y'all can pull it up and listen to it yourself, but I'm not going to do it today because I do. We're at 4 hours and 7 minutes, and I'm glad I waited. It's 3:21 in New York, so I'm glad I waited that little extra time to get this new information. So seems like, to me, the defense is struggling, okay? But everybody got their own opinion. They're trying to throw things up on the wall, like, for instance, Kathy and Diddy had a real romantic, intimate scenes, a real relationship. Oh Lord, I don't know where they getting that from, but also, and then Jane, that Diddy is the only man in America being put on trial for homemade pornography, and that he's better than the baby daddy, her baby daddy, comparing Diddy with the baby daddy, saying that Diddy is taking care of another man's child, basically, and paying her rent. Okay, all right, but guys, tomorrow is Saturday. I will be dropping the latest, summing all up. This will the latest information on today. But anything new develop on today, after this live or coming out of the courtroom, I will be dropping it tomorrow. I will not drop any new stuff on Diddy unless it's a short clip. Now that I will be doing probably some short videos on it. Y'all know I love to do the little short videos on them. Okay, but I do want to thank everybody for being here. I do want to thank everybody for being in the live, for coming, to supporting the live and everything. I enjoyed the live. I had a great time, and I always have great people in this live. Thank you, Linda Gamble, Black Titanic, Get Well, and everybody else, all my people. Thank you guys. Okay, so you all know how we do it when we get out of here. We just, so you will see the thumbnails on all three of my channels for today. You will see it. This is one thumbnail for one channel, the other channel, and here. So these last two, I'm not sure which channel it's going to be on. But thank you guys. for being here. I really do thank you guys. So I got to go, but y'all know how we do it. Let me go ahead and put it on. Oops. Yeah. Oh, Lord. I don't know where I am going with this, but I'm going somewhere. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet. Damn, ain't that great. I don't want to go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid.